Good evening, everybody. Before we call this meeting of the Planning and Development Committee to order, I would like to read the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge, on behalf of Council and the community, that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. I'll now call this meeting to order of the Planning and Development Committee. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest at this time, Your Worship?
Councillor Giacono, in respect to 8D, as I'm the individual mentioned therein.
The record will note that His Worship has declared a conflict on 8D. Are there any other disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Approval or amendment of the meeting agenda. Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Those in favour? Against? The agenda is accepted. Approval of the minutes of April 4th, 2023. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Errors or omissions? Seeing none. Those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations and delegations. Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, Ms. Seabart. Good evening, Ms. Seabart. How are you? Very good.
Good evening. The City of Pembroke has been a member of the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association since it was first established. The organization is funded by the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke based on a weighted assessment in accordance with the rates paid by the 17 member municipalities. I'm here to introduce tonight OVTA Manager Melissa Markart and past Chair of the OVTA Chris Melmoth, who will be making a presentation to committee on activities of the OVTA and to present the OVTA's 2023 budget for review and approval. And there are extra copies of the presentation here as well. I think you all have one.
Members have a copy, I believe. We'll now ask our guests to come forward. Welcome, Melissa and Chris. Looking forward to your presentation.
Very much. On behalf of the OVTA, thank you very much, Councillor Giacono and Council, for receiving us this evening and providing us an opportunity to speak. The first thing we'd like to do is acknowledge the partnership that we've had, the long-standing partnership, and we appreciate the contributions from the city and the county, and we believe that this partnership has helped our region and our area progress and move forward and with respect to tourism, and it's extremely valuable to the ratepayers in the area. The main reason we're here this evening is for the approval of the budget, so we're looking forward to moving forward with that. Once again, with respect to the partnership, we'd just like to acknowledge that we have renewed that partnership for 5 years, and once again, the importance of that partnership. With respect to tourism, just a general statement with respect to what's happening in the area. There's high expectations and anticipation as we move forward into the summer. Obviously, post-COVID, still a lot of domestic travel and high demand for people to stay locally and regionally. Also, as comfort levels with people increase and they expand their travel outreach, we look forward to receiving them in the area. Once again, just highlighting the fact that rural Ontario and Pembroke and Renfrew County in particular offers people the comfort and the opportunity to appreciate tremendous offerings in an uncrowded, welcoming setting for those that still haven't quite come through the COVID challenge and are still a little bit uncertain about traveling with respect to tourism. And just acknowledging that with every opportunity, there are still some challenges, and not unlike most challenges that are faced with respect to businesses in the area. Tourism is facing challenges with respect to staffing, but the businesses are adapting and moving forward, and looking forward to embracing the challenges as we move into the summer season. At this point in time, I'd like to pass it over to Melissa, who's going to provide a brief overview for you.
Thank you, Chris, and good evening, everyone. I'm just going to go through the PowerPoint presentation that we have for you and just provide you a bit of an update on the 2022 highlights, as well as what we've got for 2023. Next slide, please. So just to talk about membership, the OVTA is a membership-based organization. We are standing right now at approximately at 283 businesses as of December 31st, 2022. Thank you. We're sitting at 283 member businesses as of December 31st, 2022, and that is a almost 20% increase over 2021. And for those that are unaware, we had a paid membership fee structure up until the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and our membership renewals tend to go out in July of the year. And in 2020, with the pandemic raging and businesses barely able to stay alive, the board made a decision to waive membership fees for businesses located within the city of Pembroke and the county of Renfrew. And that was to help offer our support to the tourism industry while they're struggling at a very unfortunate time, as well as it was also made as a way to open up membership to the OVTA and increase membership. We had been struggling at about 120 tourism business members for a number of years, and the cost of membership was prohibited to many of those businesses of joining joining the OVTA, because there are a lot of them are very small mom and pop businesses, and so spending $200+ a year is a lot of funds for those businesses. So we have seen an extreme increase in membership since we've launched that free structure. There is still a paid structure in place for businesses located outside of the geographic boundaries of the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke, so we do still generate a small membership revenue. We've got 371 subscribers to our monthly tourism newsletter. That saw about a 4.3% increase over 2021. So that is our industry-facing communication that goes out to all of our members, tourism businesses and stakeholders across the region. And then we also have a private members Facebook group, which is sitting at 116 members right now. And that is a place for businesses to share information with each other, to cross-promote events, share resources and trends and opportunities that are coming within the tourism industry. And then you can also see just the breakdown of that membership and how they're comprised within the sector. And out of our 283, we've got almost 40 member businesses from the Pembroke area. Next slide, please. In terms of marketing, so marketing and product development are our key areas of focus for the association. And so just to highlight a few of the big things we did last year, we had a 2-month campaign with Canada Travel Magazine and billboards that saw billboards go up across the GTA highway signs in the Toronto area, as well as print ads in the Canada Travel Magazine, which is inserted into the Globe and Mail. We supported the OV Boss Babes campaign and International Women's Day, and highlighted a number of female-led tourism businesses across the region. We conducted a MyFM Give a Little campaign, so we worked with MyFM in all of their markets, Pembroke, Renfrew, and Arnprior, on a cost-sharing campaign for businesses. So we contributed up to $250 towards radio ads for businesses to be matched and do a cooperative campaign that way. We were fortunate to partner with Choice Hotels Canada to highlight all of the amazing things to see and do in the Ottawa Valley, and that comes, of course, with having a Choice property here in Pembroke and a couple more in through the valley. And so they have a campaign which highlights all of their communities that are home to a Choice Hotel property that highlights things to do, places to visit, places to eat. So we continue to receive national reach for Pembroke and area on the Choice Hotels Travel Top 6 website. We partnered with the Renfrew County ATV Club to do a weekly trail report on local radio stations, and that highlighted activities that were happening along the trail, as well as trail closures and upgrades, including the Algonquin Trail across the region. And then lastly, Rapid Media is an ongoing annual campaign that we have with our local media company, Rapid Media, here in the Ottawa Valley, and that's to highlight all of our paddling and whitewater activities that we have across the region. Again, on the marketing side, so we worked with a local blogger, Time in the Valley, who Sarah was with us here for a few years, and we worked with her to highlight various blogs and tourism attractions and activities across the region. One of those campaigns featured municipal features, and so you can see an example of one that was done for the City of Pembroke and the Township of Laurentian Valley that was done in the wintertime. We also used Instagram to promote all of our festivals and events, and we use user-generated content. So those are photos taken by Instagram users, and you can see, actually, that's Dr. Alexander, one of our who was out enjoying a winter on the trail and snapped that beautiful photo, and so we wanted to share that on our channels, which we did across in the winter. The road and cycling maps we continue to distribute. So our road map, we distribute approximately 80,000 copies throughout Renfrew County and outside of Renfrew County. And there's a direct distribution done via Canada Post to all residents within the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke annually. And then on social media, you can see social media is a big part of our marketing and advertising. So we have seen continuous growth in all of our channels. We saw an 80% growth across Instagram and Facebook in 2021, or 2022, apologies, with a total of 1.7 million impressions across the board. And we've started increasing our spending and on boosted posts, which you will see that resulted in an 835% increase in engagement, which is fantastic. In terms of product development, so the two big product development initiatives we undertook in 2022 was the development of a culinary tourism strategy. We just launched that at our annual general meeting last week. And so that is to help elevate our culinary tourism experiences across Pembroke and the Ottawa Valley. And so we'll be working on that 3-year strategic plan with initiatives rolling out starting May 9th with a culinary readiness workshop in McNabb Braeside. And then the other initiative we undertook was the development of the first adventure motorcycle route as part of the Ride the Highlands motorcycle campaign. And so adventure route means getting them off the paved roads and onto some of the dirt roads and the country roads. And so we have the very first adventure route for all of the Ontario's Highlands region called the Pickaxe Loop. And that is a 2-day itinerary that takes us through the beautiful back roads and logging roads of the Ottawa Valley. And media relations is also part of what we do. So we've hosted a number of media throughout the year. Dine Magazine out of Toronto, the Toronto Sun. Ottawa Road Trips is an Ottawa-based blogger that we have been working with for a number of years now. And Laura writes regularly about the Ottawa Valley and Pembroke. She produced her second guidebook last year called Ottawa Road Trips. And that's the second guidebook that we've worked with her to include weekend itineraries across the region, including Ottawa. So in that guidebook, there's a 2 to 3 day weekend about getting away to Pembroke, as well as to some of our other communities. And we were also featured in her first guidebook that was published a couple of years ago also, as well as regularly social campaigns that she puts out about the region. And so there's a snapshot there of one I think she was doing that was around Valentine's Day and putting Pembroke as one of the locations of what to do on Valentine's Day with your significant other. And then lastly, we also hosted the El Camino Motorcycle Show last year, which included Pembroke as one of the base camps. And you can see that shot was actually taken from the Best Western parking lot, and you can see the Irving and the motorcycle friendly sign there. And so that show aired last year, is on repeat now in the leading up to the riding season, and focused on Pembroke as a base camp location while exploring our motorcycle routes in the Ottawa Valley. Chris.
Thanks, Melissa. So as Melissa mentioned, we hosted our annual AGM last week, and part of that AGM was celebrating tourism in our region. And we had our Ottawa Valley Tourism Awards presented during that AGM. And I'd just like to draw attention to those award winners. Tourism champion was Teresa Hebb from Renfrew County ATV Club. The business organization of the year was Madawaska Canoe Center. The event of the year, Pembroke Multicultural Festival. Yoo-hoo, yeah. Sustainability champion somewhere in Calabogie. New tourism product was the Rio Tap and Grill in Eganville. And then the tourism marketing award went to OLA Cafe. So it was great. We added, just a note, we added 3 new awards this year to kind of celebrate the fact that tourism is growing and that to recognize the new businesses and opportunities that are happening here in Renfrew County. Also, I just wanted to highlight the 2023-24 Board of Directors while we have an opportunity. So the elected directors are Megan James from Somewhere In, Julia Klimak, from Upper Ottawa Valley Heritage Centre, Lauren McElfatrick from Heliconia Press, Stephanie Van Wyck from the Madawaska Canoe Centre, Beth Kennedy from Placemaking Design, Joel Kowalski from Wilderness Tours, Emily Stoville from Armpire and District Museum, and Rachel Worth-Capel from Braiding Rivers. The appointed directors are Mayor Dave Bennett from Horton Township, Elijah McEwen from the City of Pembroke, myself from Algonquin College as the past chair representative, Mayor Rob Weir from Greater Madawaska Township, and this year we have a new position that we've created on the board. It's an honorary position for the honorary director, and in that role is Chris Hinsberger from Bonisher Caves, who's been a long-term member of the board, and we just didn't want to let him go. So, yes. Yes, thank you, Lisa.
Thanks. So just to overview highly what we've got planned for this year, for 2023. So we have been talking with Elijah and the team here about collaborating on a photo and video asset collection. So we tend to do photo shoots every year, and actually the photo in there was featuring Stacy from Little Things Canning was from an LGBTQ plus photo shoot that we undertook in the city last year, actually, in partnership with Ontario's Highlands Tourism Organization, a number of downtown businesses, as well as some other locations across the Ottawa Valley. And so we're always looking to update photos and video assets, so we'll be looking to do that again this year. We continue to support all the great festivals and events that are happening, particularly in the Pembroke area. So Water and Dirt, which has grown into a impressive beast of a festival, if we could call it that, and is super successful. So we're really happy to be on board and help promote that and support that. The award-winning now multicultural festival in Pembroke, obviously. So we've got some great plans in store to work with Carthy in the city and the team there to help elevate that. And we also attend as an exhibitor with a booth. The Pembroke Community Expo, we are attending. We are going to be bringing our big green chair and setting up a bit of a photo booth at the PMC. So we encourage everybody to come down and take a photo in the big green chair that we'll have at our booth. And maybe that'll be part of the photo asset collection that we've got going on. We're looking at a female ATV influencer ride working with Destination Ontario and the Renfrew County ATV Club. So that would be an all-women only ATV ride that focuses on safety and just female women empowerment out on the trails, that not necessarily have to have the boys with them. So that'll be fun. And then I put Visitor Information Center on here because I know that the city is in conversation with the PBIA on Visitor Information Services. So we're here just to offer continued support for however that decision is made on what you decide to do with Visitor Information Services, whether that's kept at the hotels, whether that's looking at a downtown location. But I wanted to put that in just so you know that you have the continued support of the OVTA on those initiatives. That's one of the things that we do. And with that, I will leave it. That is a photo of the new team. We have a relatively new team over the past couple years. And so I encourage you to reach out to any of us whenever we can be of assistance.
Thank you, Melissa and Chris. Questions from council, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming, and you were here a few weeks ago also. Yes. For the service agreement. So I sit on the PBA board, my second term, and the idea of the visitor information center storefront downtown, I fully support that. And there was comments that less and less people are using them, but you know, we have a waterfront destination. That's the waterfront. We have a vibrant downtown. I think a physical person in a storefront location is very important. Complemented by QR codes and technology. So I hope the city supports that for a pilot project, which we want to do. So just to comment on visitor information centers, it says here they're declining. The population don't use them as much. Is that something? Then I have a question. Then I have another question after that.
Some would say that the access to visitor information centers is declining, and some would say it's increasing. I think it all depends on what you make of your visitor information center.
Okay.
We encourage visitor information centers to be a sense of place and create that sense of place, and to do as much as they can to be able to provide as much information to the users of a visitor information center, as well as animating the space of which they're located, whether that is in a downtown core, it could be at a museum, it could be offset at a beaten location. But I think, you know, in terms of Pembroke and where we're at for Pembroke, I think it would be very welcomed, and I think it would be used. I know just from speaking from businesses in the downtown core that they do get requests, you know, for visitor information center services and where they can send people. That's all anecdotally. I don't have any data per se to say what that demand is, but there is demand for that.
Right.
So that's where I will leave it.
Oh, thank you. The other question I had was the motion to support the visitor information center was tabled, and the comment was that continued discussion should be had with the local hotels for the pamphlets and the information center, because we have the big question mark out there that says visitor information center, and it's causing an issue with O'Kenny's distillery. People go in there, they think that's where he's an information center. And I know it's been flipped to the two committees that the city have, the economic development and tourism culture. I know there's a report coming forward soon. So my comment is I met with a resident on Friday after work, and the resident was telling me that she went to the different hotels and did an investigation, and she could not, the information was not readily available, the brochures in the lobby, and it was around the corner. But I know you're working on that, and you're going to work with the city on a strategy for that, because it's all a partnership of hotels, the organization, our Tourism and Economic Development Department, the Pembroke Heritage Center, formerly the Champlain Trail Museum. It all comes together, right? So can you comment on this possible strategy of having the hotels more involved, or as a tourism ambassadors, or can you, you're going to get the brochures right front and center of the lobby?
Thank you for the question. So when an established business already existent is taking on visitor information center services, we work with them to be able to identify the best location to where the placement of those brochures should be. With the hotels, they already had set areas within both hotels of where they display those brochures, and so we work with them within that existing space. If there's an opportunity for that information to be moved into a more prominent location, then obviously we encourage that, but ultimately when it's in an existing business, it's up to the business itself to make that ultimate decision. But to answer your second question, yes, very much, we will strategize with the city and all of the partners involved to ensure that this would be the most useful and conducive operations for visitor information center services.
That's great. Because I know the museum has done a bang-up job also. They have the sandwich board sign out. It's an excellent location, and they've done well also. So thank you for coming, and continue the
Thank you,
great work.
Councillor Abdallah. Any other, Councillor Purcell?
Thank you for your presentation. Just an observation, on the weekend I was at the Petawawa Showcase. Just an observation, but last week, you know, I attended the Petawawa Showcase, manning the booth for City of Pembroke for a few hours. And I was quite surprised in regards to how many people still refer to, you know, the printed publications. So our 2023 Parks and Recreation Activity Guide, it just came out, I believe, on Thursday, and we actually had it printed up for the weekend to actually give out. So how does that work then? Have you seen the 2023 Parks and Recreation Guide? Is that something that you guys are going to help promote as well in regards to, or just strictly businesses? Thank you.
No, 100%. We definitely want the Parks and Rec guides to distribute. So we will distribute any brochures from municipalities, anything like that. We'll be getting all of those rec guides out to our 11 visitor information centers.
Other questions? Other questions, members of council? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you. One thing I found lacking, perhaps it's in here somewhere, is any reference to Algonquin Park, Barron River Gorge. A couple of years ago, I took my 3 grandsons up there on the paddle. I thought they were going to kill me. I didn't think it was that far, but it was beautiful. And a lot of people don't understand that at the apex, the Barron River Gorge is 3 times the height of Niagara Falls. People don't know that. So when you're in the bottom, looking up, you're looking up at 3 times the height of what people see at the Niagara, in the Niagara region, Niagara Falls. So is there any, do you do any involvement or promotion of the Algonquin Park area?
Yes, we do quite a bit, actually, and we work quite regularly with Ontario Parks. As you know, just as it relates to Algonquin Park, they receive a lot of pressure, particularly during the fall, along that Highway 60 corridor, and so we work quite regularly with Algonquin Park to try to divert some of that traffic from the Highway 60 to the Barron Canyon corridor, as well as to our other parks in the region, being Bonnechere Provincial Park, Driftwood.
Before we say adieu, I just want to say 1.7 million hits. Is that what I saw on your report? So that means 1.7 million people have been looking at what you've produced, and you're actually promoting, you know, the whole of the area. And I have to tell you, when I was in Algonquin Park with my children, my grandchildren, I never saw anybody from Pembroke. They were all from all over the world, France, England. So it's an international scope of people that you obviously are reaching. I think people have to understand the dollars they bring to the community.
Thank you. That 1.7 million is just our reach on social media also. That does not include traditional or digital or other channels. That would be just on our 2 social media channels, Instagram and Facebook.
Very good. Was there anything else you wanted to mention in regards to the financial statement, or is that just for our information this evening?
So the 2023 budget is attached there for your approval, and apologies because that was missed during last month's meeting when we were doing the agreement. So the budget is there. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any questions from council, or I can do a review if you so wish.
Any questions on the attached budget? Councillor Keel? Councillor Fernier, you had your hand up as well? I did. Okay. Keel and Fernier.
Transfer from reserve 27,394. What's the actual reserve, if that's what we're taking from it?
Great question. Our reserves are sitting at just over 300,000 right now.
Bernier?
So I'm just looking at the amount the city of Pembroke contributes. Is that exactly what you presented to our treasurer for budgets?
100%.
Thank you very much.
Balance books mean a lot. Is there anything else you want to contribute? If not, thank you for coming. And no other council questions, Your Worship? Do you have anything? Thank you very much. Very informative. Appreciate it. Excuse me. We need a mover to approve the budget. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Discussion on the budget. No questions? Those in favor? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Soriel.
Good evening.
We are now under new business. Item 8A, revisions to property standards bylaw. Can you please give us an update?
Yes, I can. So, as a recommendation, it's being recommended that the following amendments to the property standards bylaw be approved by council. The amending bylaw would include shorter notification period for issues.
Excuse me, do you have a microphone there, or? Sorry, I didn't see it against the shadow. Go, sorry.
This amending bylaw would include shorter notification periods for issues dealing with garbage and refuse and other organics. Adding sump pump to section 4.5.6, which is plumbing, sewage, discharge, and drainage of property standards bylaw. More clarity to the refuse garbage definition in the property standards bylaw, and adding a missing section to the amending bylaw regarding the surface of walkways, driveways, and parking spaces so as to afford safe passage. If direction is provided this evening, a bylaw will be prepared for the May 16th meeting. The present property standards bylaw was enacted in 2021, and it deals with matters prescribing standards for the maintenance and occupancy of property within the city. There are several issues that need to be updated to make the bylaw more efficient and effective. The first issue is regarding garbage. The present property standard bylaw requires 14 days from when an order was issued to clean up the property. When dealing with refuse, garbage, or organics, this period is too long, especially during the summer months. The new bylaw would propose that 7 days would be needed to comply with the terms and conditions of the order so that the garbage could be removed. The garbage, including organics, left improperly contained for a period of time can attract vermin and other animals, and by reducing the compliance timeline, this will allow the city to act faster should the order not be complied with within the 7-day period. All other refuse, which includes inoperative vehicles, mechanical equipment, appliances, furniture, etc., would remain at 14 days for complying with the terms of an order. Only food garbage and organics that would attract vermin would be required to be removed within the 7-day order period. A previous property standards amendment a couple of years ago was to reduce the timeline for long grass, and that was approved from 14 days to 7 days as well. Secondly, the present property standards bylaw does not deal with sump pump drainage, and there have been many calls recently to the bylaw enforcement department about sump pump water being directed towards the neighbor's property. There is nothing in the property standards to deal with this, so it is recommended that the wording be amended to include a sump pump drainage. So it would, right now it includes roof drainage, stormwater, or drainage from water from swimming pools, that they should not be discharged on sidewalks, steps, or on the neighboring property, but we'd like to include sump pump drainage to the amendment as well. Thirdly, an existing section of the past property standards bylaw was missed in this present version. Under section 4.10, walks and driveways, section 4.10.2 was missed, and it should read, every walkway, driveway, and parking space shall be surfaced with stone, asphalt, concrete, and other material capable of providing a hazard-free, hard surface, and shall be maintained so as to afford safe passage under normal use and weather conditions. This section is to ensure that the driveways and walkways are in proper condition so as not to cause a hazard. All other sections of the property standards bylaw would remain the same. And the fines associated with the failure to comply with an order or obstruct a property standards officer remain the same as in the existing bylaw at $300. Also, the property standards bylaw allows the municipality the ability to carry out the repair or clearance of the debris at the owner's expense should the order not be complied with, and this expense would be added to the property owner's tax bill. Your direction is required.
Questions, council? Councillor Keel, Deputy Mayor.
So I have 3 questions dealing with the 3 points. How,
I hope you will restrict yourself to one question based on, condense it into a 3-part one question, please, so everybody can speak, okay? Thank you.
well, we're dealing with refuse, we're dealing with driveways, and we're dealing with sump pumps.
I'm sure you could condense all that. Thank you.
Then I'll ask all 3, and I guess you can pay attention. The shortening of the notification period, I agree with the concept. My concern is that under the legislation, everyone has a 14-day appeal period. So what we're proposing is that the timeline that the property standards officer gives you is actually less than the time that the property owner has to appeal that very same order. So I'm just wondering how that conflicts if we go and fine them on day 8, and then day 13 they file their appeal, which they're perfectly legally allowable to. So I'm just wondering if that has been thought of, given the 14-day appeal period. With respect to the driveway, I'm wondering what we mean by stone, and if that includes like a gravel driveway. I think we're talking, there's a number of people in town that have dirt driveways and gravel driveways, and if we were suddenly requiring them to pave or stone that, I think we're potentially talking about putting a huge cost on them. And I know my parents have a dirt driveway, and I can tell you it's a lot flatter than my current paved driveway is. So I'm wondering where we're going with that question, and whether we're going to put an undue cost burden on the taxpayer in a rather sudden way. And then in terms of the discharge of the water, the sump pump one concerns me a little, because I think what the section talks about is it being absorbed into the soil. Of course, what's going into your basement is coming from the soil. So I'm wondering how concerned, and no one from the operations department is here, but when someone is letting water onto the sidewalk, whether it's towards a storm drain or something, how concerned are we about that? Because if they put it in their backyard, it might go right back into their basement again. There's my 3.1 question.
Thank you very much. Very well said. Ms. Oriel.
Okay, so we'll start with the discharge from the sidewalk. Okay, so we don't allow discharge onto the sidewalk, especially because during the freeze thaw, then you're going to get slip and slides, and then there's liability issues. So we ask that they be turned away from the adjacent property or from the city sidewalk. What the point of that is that some people's sump pump lines are right to the property line and going directly onto the neighbor's property. So that's what we're trying to stop. Okay, number 2, the driveway. No, we are not going to make everybody change their driveway. It's just to make sure that if there's a pothole, let's just say, in one of the driveway or in the parking lot, that we have the ability to ask them to rectify the situation so that nobody trips or falls or has a liability issue. That's that one. The shortening of the notification period, we were hoping to say 7 days with our notice. Because we've had several issues with garbage, and it's attracting vermin, and so that's impacting the neighbors. And so we're trying to deal with it a little bit quicker, so that, because 14 days is a long time, especially in the summer. And then if they don't do it, then we have to go out, we have to get estimates, then we have to get it removed. So I would really think by the time we get the estimates and everything, we're in that 14-day period anyway. It's just to kind of shorten the time frame to get it removed, just to help the neighbors.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bernier.
Thank you, Chair.
Your Worship.
There's been issues, as we know, with the garbage, organics, and what have you, downtown core, and different neighborhoods. And yes, it does attract vermin, you know, it's not healthy. Is it possible to shorten the timeframe from 7 to 5 days and increase the fine from $300 to $500? So the property owner would, you know, maybe get some action there? Does that have a benefit? Is that a benefit, or is it worthwhile, or what's your experience on that?
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, by the time the notice, the order is in the mail, it's given, 5 days is a little bit of a quick and tight turnaround. And we only have the one fine in the property standards bylaw, and you're in contravention of an order. So that's $300. I mean, we could look at raising it if that was the will of the committee, but that would be for every order. It would be then $500.
Just one supplement, you can't separate it, like for the garbage, 500?
We could, but then we would need to go to the province and ask for their permission. So we have to get a judge to sign
Okay,
off
well-
on the increase in the fines. We can do that, but it won't take effect
Right,
for
okay, well,
several weeks.
food for thought, just something to keep on the back burner. And
Thank you. I don't mean to be curt, but we have a big agenda coming forward tonight, so if I feel a little sharp and cutting you off, I don't mean to. Everybody has the right to speak. Councillor Fernier.
Through the chair, I tend to agree with Councillor Keel on the walkways and driveways. I wouldn't want it to become such an arduous thing for a homeowner if they couldn't afford to, fix their driveway, or I think we're kind of micromanaging. I think if it was obviously hazardous, maybe there should be some change in the language. I know people that don't even have a proper walkway to their front door. It might be grassy with a little soil, and so I'm just kind of, is this opening it up to other people to make complaints just because they don't like their neighbor and they have a rough driveway? I don't know. I know some
Through
pretty
you,
rough driveways.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the whole point was, for access from the road to their driveway. So that way, because it's still on city property, but the driveway connects from their property to the road. So we're just making sure that that's as well done. That's,
Just at the city property, so you're not going to go delving into the middle of their property driveway and...
No, and I think the other point is that we're looking more at, commercial, where there's more people
Okay.
that are walking in a parking lot, like, the mall
Should that
or something like that.
specify a difference then between commercial and residential?
Okay. we
That's
can do
something
that.
to look at?
Okay.
Because I would agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plummer.
I definitely agree with fellow councillors. I think that any bylaw put forth with good intentions can always be turned around and used as a punitive action, or maybe someone down the road decides that, yes, we are going to go after homeowners with poor driveways or something. I just be cautioned putting a blank slate on language being vague. We talked about language being vague in other contracts. Then that way, if we're really going after commercial properties, then we should specify commercial properties, not residential homeowners.
Sorry, Your Worship, I missed you. Go ahead.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. Simply to say that I'm pleased to see the addition of the sump pump. I know that a neighboring municipality does have it in their bylaw, and I've had to refer to it because people will put their sump pump outlet right at the edge of someone's property, and then it spills into the neighboring property. So.
Thank you. Further? Does that give you some direction?
So I will come back in 2 weeks with a bylaw.
Bylaw, thank you.
And specifying the driveway as well.
Very good. Next order of business 8B, revisions to the building bylaw.
So it's recommended that the following amendments be made to the City of Pembroke's building bylaw. We would ensure that drainage and servicing plans for properties are submitted and approved prior to the issuance of a building permit, and ensure that RAM boxes are required for residential buildings with more than 3 stories that are not subject to a site plan agreement. So the City of Pembroke enacted in 2018 the building bylaw, and this deals with the construction, demolition, change of use, inspections, and fees. The building department would like to amend the building bylaw to require drainage plans acceptable to the city and RAM boxes for new residential developments under 11 units. As you remember, the province of Ontario approved the More Homes Building Faster Act in 2022, and as part of the amendments to the Planning Act, changes were made to the site plan approval process. The Act no longer requires developments of 10 or fewer residential units to receive site plan approval. The city's existing site plan control bylaw, which was enacted in 2022, establishes that development of 3 or more residential units is subject to site plan agreements. Now that the act has been passed, the city site plan control bylaw must be amended to state 11 or more units, residential units, would now be subject to site plan agreement. For developments of 10 residential units or less, the city must look at amending the building bylaw to ensure drainage and servicing plans for properties are submitted and approved prior to the building department issuing a building permit. The Ontario Building Code Act prohibits the issuance of a building permit if the proposed construction or demolition will contravene an applicable bylaw as defined by the building code. Therefore, by adding drainage and servicing plans to the city's building bylaw will constitute applicable law, and thus staff can ensure that drainage and servicing is considered and reviewed prior to the issuance of a building permit. Setbacks, parking, garbage storage, etc. are all dealt with under the city's zoning bylaw. Secondly, it's recommended that the Rapid Access Management RAM box be required when buildings require a fire alarm system. A fire alarm system is required for residential buildings with more than 3 stories. This is a lockbox system that provides rapid access to the building by the fire department. The fire department carries 1 key which opens all RAM boxes within the city, and the RAM box prevents destructive entry into the building and reduces the wait for the key holder to attend the site. The cost of a RAM box at the time of construction is minimal. It's about $1,300. Again, this is normally part of the site plan agreement process, but since municipalities can no longer require an agreement for 10 residential units or less, it was felt that this item should be added to the building bylaw. The city has many buildings, I believe over 50, with RAM boxes, and the fire department feels this is an overall benefit to the building owner and the department itself. Therefore, a final occupancy permit can be issued if all building code requirements are met, including the installation of a RAM box, if a residential building is more than 3 stories and less than 11 units. All other situations would require a site plan agreement, then this item can be addressed at that time.
Questions, Councillor Plummer?
I would agree with the planner's report. I think it's all positive. With its installation of RAM boxes, certainly help the fire chief or the fire force to enter the building without destructing extra property, as well as understanding that drainage is an important thing in any building, that we shouldn't, new developments shouldn't be draining their excess water onto existing property. So I would move that we approve the revisions.
Councillor Keel, Deputy Mayor.
Did we need a moving, or were we just giving direction? I would second it too. Then I think the deputy mayor was going to. I'll echo Councillor Plummer's comments. My question is, how quickly were you looking to move on amending this particular bylaw? And the only reason I ask that is because if we're looking to move on it, I'm fine with that. The reason I ask is because I was going to inquire, actually through the mayor and the deputy mayor at some point, about whether or not for new commercial buildings, we should start looking and requiring charging stations for vehicles. And I was hoping that could go through the, well, no, the new climate committee, and perhaps ORES as well. But if you're looking to get this through quickly, that's not a concern of mine, but I was going to be asking about opening up this bylaw for that different issue as well.
Very good. So there is a motion on the floor. Deputy Mayor, are you making the motion?
Councillor Plummer made the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Plummer, you made the motion? I'm sorry. And Councillor Keel seconded it. Further discussion on the information being provided? Seeing none? Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. Bring that back, Ms. Soriano, to us?
I will.
Thank you. Item C, sale and disposition of city land. Ms. Soriano.
Committee direction is required for this particular report. In 1990, the Ontario Municipal Act required council, by bylaw or resolution, to declare public property to be surplus. Before selling, at least one appraisal of fair market value was to be obtained, and notice was to be given to the public of the proposed sale. The Act went on to give reasons why an appraisal would not be required. For example, land that was a highway, a road, or a road allowance. The land did not have direct access to a highway. The land was formerly used for a railway branch line and was being sold to an abutting landowner. Land that was to be used for the establishment of industrial operations, easements granted to public utilities, or land sold for tax sales. Pembroke City Council passed a bylaw in 1995 that followed those requirements of the Ontario Municipal Act. This 1995 city land sales bylaw was replaced in 2009 after the Municipal Act was changed in 2001. The new and current Municipal Act states a municipality shall adopt and maintain policies with respect to the sale and disposition of land. It is not as detailed as the 1990 Municipal Act requirements. The city's current land sales bylaw does not require an appraisal nor a declaration of surplus. Several other municipal sale and disposition of land policies and bylaws have been reviewed, and many of them require declaration of surplus and appraisal for certain lands and notice to the public. Based on this information, it is recommended the following policy be considered by Council. So in accordance with Section 270 of the Municipal Act, this policy shall ensure that any disposition of lands are conducted in a manner that fosters public trust and supports the following statements. The process is fair, open, and transparent. The city's current and future interests are protected. The city considers the value of its real property assets and any potential or real risks to the environment, the health, and the safety of residents and the financial integrity of the city are minimized. This policy applies to all financial and legal transactions involving the sale or other dispositions of city-owned lands unless otherwise exempted under this policy. And the following exemptions should apply. Land sold in accordance with Section 110 of the Municipal Act, and that's for agreements for municipal capital facilities, such as the provision of a municipal capital facility by a person or another municipality, like if the YMCA owned the pool and they were looking to buy a piece of land for the pool. Land to be used for the establishment and carrying out of industries and industrial operations. Land sold under Part 6 of the Municipal Act, which is the sale of land for tax arrears. Easements over municipally owned lands. 1-foot preserves in connection with an approved or decision under the Planning Act. Usually they're associated with plans of subdivisions. And land repurchased by an owner in accordance with Section 42 of the Expropriations Act. So you'll realize that these exemptions are dealt with by other provincial acts, and the sale of the lands must follow those acts' requirements. So the responsibility would be with the Chief Administrative Officer or his designate should be responsible to ensure that all sales and other dispositions of land are completed in compliance with this policy. And then there's a list of definitions. And then the Registry of City-Owned Surplus Lands, the Economic Development Officer shall establish and maintain a public registry of surplus real property assets owned by the city. The following properties shall be excluded from the register, which would be all highways, roads, and road allowances, and all 1-foot reserves. And again, those are usually associated with plans of subdivision. So viable and non-viable lands. So subject to the discretion of council, all surplus lands will be designated either as viable or non-viable land, and their respective disposition processes may be treated differently. So I'm going to read the definitions so that we'll be talking about viable and non-viable in a little bit later. So non-viable land means property that, owing to urban planning, physical constraints, or the extent of the property, cannot be developed on its own or function as a separate entity, and that therefore become functional only if used by an adjoining owner in conjunction with such owner's property. Non-viable lands can be a potential liability to the municipality and or are determined to be of a size, shape, or nature for which there is no general demand. This includes land for which a building permit cannot be granted because it is either landlocked or because it is of insufficient size and shape to permit development unless developed in conjunction with abutting land. A viable property definition means a property that can be developed and function as a separate entity capable of registration by the Ontario Land Registry Office. Viable lands are lands that can be granted a building permit. So, the city, okay, so if a prospective purchaser comes forward with an expression of interest, they must submit an offer to purchase. So the city shall obtain a property valuation or an appraisal for the property in question, subject to the following requirements. If the property is considered non-viable, meaning we can't issue a building permit, a value of $12,000 an acre, which is the city's value for industrial lands, shall apply. If the parcel is considered viable, meaning it could get a building permit, an appraisal shall be required. Any appraisal obtained shall be used solely as a guide and shall not be determinative of the terms of the price upon which council may sell any particular parcel. Notwithstanding the requirements outlined in the property valuation section, council shall have the absolute authority to determine the selling price of the land. Notwithstanding the requirements outlined in the property valuation section, the city will not be required to obtain an appraisal unless directed by council for any class of land, which includes closed highways if sold to an abutting landowner, land formerly used for railway lines if sold to an abutting landowner, land that does not have direct access to a highway if sold to the owner of an abutting land, or land transferred to another municipality or the Crown in right of Ontario or Canada. Before land can be disposed of, council shall adopt a resolution declaring the subject lands to be surplus to the needs of the municipality and determining whether it be viable or non-viable classification of the subject lands. The passage of a resolution declaring land to be surplus does not obligate the city to dispose of such land, and such declaration may be rescinded by resolution at any time prior to the competition of the disposal. Council shall determine in its sole discretion by resolution to dispose of the surplus lands by the following method: either direct sale or negotiation, request for tender, listing with a real estate agent, or a land exchange. In regards to public notice, the city shall provide at least 20 days public notice of the proposed disposal of viable surplus land. The method of notice for viable land would be posting on the city's website. The city shall provide at least 20 days notice to the abutting property owners of the proposed disposal of any non-viable lands. The method of notice would be by mail or email to the abutting property owners. Should any submissions or concerns be received from the public, such comments shall be considered by council during an open public meeting and prior to the bylaw authorizing the sale being passed. All costs incurred or anticipated to be incurred to dispose of the land, including but not limited to legal fees, survey costs, appraisal fees, encumbrances, advertising, and improvements, shall be borne by the purchaser. All bids, proposals, and offers shall be presented to council unless council has given direction to staff to negotiate the disposition by another method. Council shall have the authority to determine the successful offer, and council shall pass a bylaw authorizing the disposition and directing the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement of purchase and sale in consultation with the city solicitor and other appropriate staff as needed. The city council reserves the right to accept an offer less than the appraised value, including costs, where, in the opinion of council, it is in the best interests of the municipality to do so. In regards to financial implications, the average cost for a survey is approximately $5,000. The average cost for an appraisal is approximately $1,200, and this could take between 3 and 4 weeks to complete. The purchaser is also responsible to pay for the city's legal fees. For non-viable lands, an appraisal would not be needed, but the sale of land would be based on the city's industrial land sales value of $12,000 an acre. For viable lands, an appraisal would be required.
Questions of council? Councillor Fernier?
So, when we put out the list of lands, do we list what is viable and what is non-viable? Or, so it is up, so it's known ahead of time. So the purchaser, if they're interested, at $12,000, so that if it's non-viable, they would not have to get an appraisal, they would not have to get a survey, but they would pay $12,000 non-viable? A minimum?
through you.
Regardless if it's 2 by 2 or?
No, $12,000 per acre.
So we would assess the size and come to an agreed price?
That's correct. And so an appraisal would not be needed, but a survey would still be required unless it was its own piece of property that had its own PIN number and had its own legal description that
Right.
was described.
Okay. So just the survey and then a negotiated price depending on the size?
Depending on the
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Counselor Keel, Counselor Purcell.
I don't know how long my microphone's going. I don't know how long my microphone, it's not going. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first just say, this is exceptionally good work in frankly a very short period of time. This certainly was an issue that I think took a lot of citizens' attention when it came up a little while ago. I think a number of people, including myself, were a little shocked that we didn't have a transparent policy in place. And I think we heard from a number of, including past people involved with council, that this is, the old system was how it was done. It just sort of rolled on. But I certainly hope that a lot of people look at this new policy as being something far more transparent, far more appropriate in terms of us getting rid of land. My only question is a little bit on how we get to the surplus lands. So obviously when I think surplus, I mean stuff that we don't want anymore and we want to get rid of. But there might be pockets around the city where we're perfectly happy with it staying maybe a small forested area, not necessarily a park, but obviously we're doing our best not to cut down every tree in the city of Pembroke. So I'm just wondering the process that you see for us getting, obviously from a list of city-owned properties, cutting out properties that maybe we would like, and I would suggest, Stephen, this is the second time tonight, and I don't want to keep throwing things at the Deputy Mayor's Climate Change Committee, but they should probably be involved, because they might want to look at properties that are in theory surplus, but that we want to keep in and about the city for other climate reasons or whatnot. So my question is, how do we get from the raw list of the city owns this to the list that we're saying this is surplus and we don't necessarily care about it? And I'm presuming we would want a fairly, like, this might not be something that happens tomorrow. I assume we want the operations department to look at it, Parks and Rec to look at it. I do think the Climate Change Committee should take a look at, lands that are maybe, not if we have an old parking lot, but lands that are maybe natural. I think maybe those should go to the Climate Change Committee for thoughts. So I'm just wondering if you could speak more to that process. I certainly like all the rest of it. I'm just not sure how we get to the list of surplus lands.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. My thoughts were that we would have the list, and I believe the Economic Development Officer is working on that list as we speak through the Pembroke Economic Development Committee. So with that list, then if somebody saw a piece of particular property, say it was a park that they would want, it still has to come before council in caucus, like we did. And you have to give me the direction then to say that you want to sell it or not. So that way then, that's when the surplus, declaration of surplus would kick in, and that's when the appraisal would kick in, and then there are the two public meetings with the bylaw. So, or we can go the other route and go through each different various committee and ask them to provide their comments, if that's the way the committee chooses. I'm open to anything.
Go ahead, Councillor Keel.
Very quick follow-up. I think maybe I will leave it to you to maybe find some middle ground.
Okay.
Because obviously it would be a complete and utter waste of our time if a resident came to us and said, well, I want the back chunk of Riverside Park. I don't want to speak to all councillors, but I don't think any of us were planning on giving away a chunk of Riverside Park. So maybe if we could find some middle ground where maybe the committees, when the final list is there, maybe different departments or like I said, the Climate Change Committee maybe they can weigh in before we formally get going. So I see your point in not necessarily us wanting to review every single piece, but somebody maybe wants to review things to take off the list because we will never or have no interest in entertaining offers about certain things. So maybe a middle ground.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. So a list will be forwarded eventually? Economic Development, right?
Through you. So we'll have to, first of all, we're obtaining that list as we speak now, and then it'll go to the various subcommittees,
Very good.
and then we'll bring it back.
Very good. Councillor Purcell, Your Worship, and Councillor Fernier. Sorry.
Just ask one question. I would still like to take this, if council is okay, or committee is okay with this, I would still like to bring this in the form of a bylaw in 2 weeks, even though the land registry is not completed.
What is the wish, committee? Have that come forward in 2 weeks? Thank you. Councillor Purcell, Your Worship, and then Councillor Fernier? No? Okay, thought you had
Thank you,
your
Ms. Sori,
hand
for
up.
your report. I appreciate that. Could you just elaborate on the $12,000 per acre? When was this value determined, and is this in line with other municipalities in Ontario?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So this value was approved by council, the combined committee of council, in June of 2021. So it had been previously $10,000 an acre, and then it was increased to $12,000 an acre. But there used to be a frontage charge, per foot, and that was removed, and it was just now a flat fee of $12,000. At the time, our economic development officer, Heather Salavera, did look at other municipalities and found that it was in line, and that the goal of council was to, at that time, was to increase economic development in the city. And they typically found that it did compare with our neighboring municipalities.
Thank you. In terms of the registry, and maybe you can help me out with this one. Under the Registry of City-Owned Surplus Lands, the following real estate assets shall be excluded from the registry. So all highways, roads, and road allowances, whether or not opened, unopened, closed, or stopped up. So why are those not part of the real property assets? Because I think the bigger issue here is, again, with a different, a particular situation, is that we're looking for transparency in terms of what's available. So why, if there's properties available at the end of a stopped-up road, why does it not hit the real estate asset on the registry? I don't understand.
Through you,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we can definitely add it. It was just, just because it was going to be such a long list. But what we'll do is we won't do like Pembroke Street, because obviously we're not going to, but if there's dead ends or unopened road allowances, we can add them. They may not be subject to being for sale, because there could be, water or sewer lines underneath them or something for sale. But so they would not, maybe those won't appear on our surplus lands. It'll be the ones that that could be sold.
Okay.
Just one other
Yep.
follow-up. I guess it's in regards to where this bylaw, is this going to be a standalone bylaw, or is this going to be incorporated into the procurement bylaw, similar to surplus equipment and materials? And also, is there any exclusions in terms of who can purchase these sales of lands, similar to what's in the procurement procedure, as like councillors are not able to purchase surplus materials from the City of Pembroke?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, this would be a standalone bylaw. These are typically, if you look at any other municipality, they have their own land sales policy bylaw. I've never seen anywhere in a bylaw like that. That's not to say that there isn't, but I haven't seen it where there's exemptions that members of council cannot purchase land.
Your Worship.
Just equipment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your Worship, before you speak, would you mind, I think Mr. Honor, want to add a point of clarification, or?
Sorry, Colleen had answered it.
Thank you. Your Worship. You're on.
Okay, just to build upon what Councillor Keel had said, that's sort of, whenever this was being discussed, that's what went through my mind, like speaking from the operations point of view, there's certain pieces of property that we know that there's water, sewer, or whatever in it. So clearly, the city of Pembroke isn't going to want to divest itself of that because our infrastructure is in it, so, but that makes perfect sense to put it through all the different committees and then come back with a list that we can deal with, that we're not wasting our time with.
Councillor Fernier, you did have your hand up. Go
I
ahead.
changed my mind. Through the chair, lanes, we used to call them fire lanes. Now, I know that I've had quite a few people approach me and say, you know, I cut the grass there and I do everything, I want to buy that lane. And I think I contacted your department once. Can you, is that surplus, or explain lanes and that type of thing?
Lanes is a different beast. So what our policy is for lanes is that if one person wants to buy a portion of the lane, we then we write a letter to all the homeowners, property owners on either side of the lane for the total length of the lane. Indicate that there would be survey costs involved and if they would be interested in purchasing. And it has to be unanimous, because if you get somebody at the front of the lane that buys it, then they have no access. The people have no access further down, say if they needed to get to their backyards for some purpose. So that's been our policy. It has to be unanimous, and we have never been able to be lucky enough to get a unanimous decision.
Can you explain the purpose of lanes? I mean, it's kind of archaic, I would imagine. Would you know why they were
Well,
developed originally?
I think there was outhouses back there, and then I guess the transportation at the time would come through those laneways and, empty the
Very good.
the
So,
latrines.
bit of history.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Fernier, are you, okay, Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor, you're not anxious to watch the Leafs tonight? You seem to be in a bit of a hurry there.
Don't worry. We will deal with that later. I have confidence in the Leafs. Just want to say that we had a finance meeting a few weeks ago, and this came up, the policy and the revision, and it was indicated that you were working on a policy, and you have it tonight, and just want to commend you and staff for the great work that you always do, and we have the policy, and it's very thorough, and thank you very much. We're very fortunate to have you as the Director of Planning. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any further action? Is that going to be brought back as well?
So I will make the changes and bring it back to the May 16th
So
meeting.
I
So-
appreciate the differentiation between viable and non-viable. So viable meaning it can be used, a building permit can be issued, et cetera. Non-viable means if the property was 14 by 80, you couldn't build a spaghetti factory there, right?
That's correct.
Thank
So
you.
we go with the zoning bylaw. It
Thanks.
doesn't meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw. We can't issue a building permit, so it's considered non-viable.
Good.
We also look at the zoning as well.
Well, that's fairly clear. Thank you. Next item. Mayor Gervais is removing himself on item 8D.
If direction is provided, a bylaw and agreement will be before council at the meeting of May 16th. So at the March 7th, 2023 Planning and Development Committee, the committee tabled this application until an appraisal was completed and the adjoining property owner was notified personally of the proposed land sale. An appraisal was completed by Rivington and Associates on March 23rd, and they determined the market value of the Willard Street Road allowance land was to be worth $790. The appraisal report stated that the topography of the site has an effective area at road grade of approximately 1,025 square feet, and then the site has a substantial drop-off to the water's edge, which is the Indian River. The zoning of this effective area is R2-slope stability, where there is no development permitted unless it's at least 98.42 feet from the top of the bank, unless a geotechnical study indicates that this setback can be reduced. The total depth of the subject land is, at its maximum, is 73.52. So this would preclude any development of the residential portion of the subject land. The lower area, zoned hazard, where there is no development permitted in this zone. Therefore, it is the opinion of the appraiser that the subject property could not be developed and that the highest and best use of the subject is judged to be an add-on land to a neighboring property. Therefore, this land would be considered non-viable as defined in the previous report. The land to the north, abutting the Willard Street Road allowance, is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Marcus. They have been contacted several times by my department, by phone and by letters, and they have indicated through their solicitor on April 12th that they have no interest in purchasing half of the Willard Street Road allowance. Again, this piece of land is only suitable to merge with an adjacent property. The only abutting property owner interested in purchasing this land is Ron Gervais. As background information, council and caucus direction was provided in September of 2022 to proceed with the sale of city-owned land to Ron Gervais. This land abuts his property, municipally known as 0 Willard Street. The applicant owns a property at the dead end of Willard and along the Indian River. The applicant wishes to purchase this abutting piece of city-owned land, which is a portion of Willard Street, an open road allowance, to increase the size of his abutting lot. The Operations Department has reviewed this request to determine if there's a need for the city to retain a portion of this city-owned land. It is the Operations Department's opinion that this portion of land at the end of Willard Street could be sold. The portion of the road allowance is unusable and is located beyond the existing guardrail. The city has no need for this land, and the Operations Department did state that the city retained 2.4 meters past the guardrail for snow storage purposes and to provide access to the lot west of 480 Willard Street, which is owned by Mrs. Marcus, and located across the street from the applicant's lot. The proposed land to be purchased is 2.6 meters from the guardrail, thus this requirement is met. There is an error in the report in the last sentence. I said that the draft land sales policy was presented at the next meeting. Well, it was presented at this meeting, and it will be going to council on May 16th as directed. So the applicant has offered $1,000 for the purchase of this portion of the Willard Street dead end unopened road allowance, and according to the appraisal completed by Rivington and Associates, the market value for this piece of land is valued at $790. It is also the responsibility of the applicant to pay for the survey, the appraisal, and all the legal costs for the transfer costs for this land.
Councillor Keel, Councillor Lafreniere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it goes without saying that I was probably the largest voice against this when it last came to this committee, and I say that because I had the unfortunate event several days later to log on to Facebook and find myself speaking on my newsfeed. So the issue that was had, and I want to make this very clear, the issue I had was not with Mr. Gervais purchasing the property, it was with how it was going about. It was that it started in a closed session back in September that nobody in the public was aware of, and then it was coming before a committee meeting with a bylaw scheduled for that same night. At this point in time, we've had an appraisal. Mrs. Marcus has been made aware of it, and I know that because Mrs. Marcus approached me at a Robbie Dean Center fundraiser between that meeting and now, thanking me for bringing this to the public attention, and I believe her and her family had some questions back and forth before ultimately deciding that they did not want it. In my opinion, although perhaps after the fact, I think we've completely cured the problem, which was that it was being done in secret and then in quick succession without anybody knowing. At this point in time, I am very satisfied with how we handle it, and I want to specifically thank the Deputy Mayor for moving his motion to put a pause on this, and the seconder of that motion I thought was Councillor Lafreniere. And then Council voted unanimously to pause, to allow for the notice period to go out, to allow for the appraisal to be done, to allow a policy to be developed. And for that reason, I think the public can now be certain that this was done in a proper, transparent, and economic way. And saying what I said then, what I'm saying today is I would move that we proceed with the bylaw at the next council meeting, and I will be happy to support this particular sale following those transparent measures.
Move on the floor, moved by Discussion, Councillor Fernier.
I just have a question. Would this piece of land be non-viable?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, this piece of land is non-viable.
And I'm understanding that the purchaser paid for an appraisal and a survey, even though now we've deemed that would not have been necessary for a non-viable piece of land, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, a non-viable piece of land would not require
An appraisal.
an appraisal. And just as out of interest, if we use the $12,000 per acre, and for this particular property, it would come out to $900.10. So it's very close to the appraised value, which is would hopefully give the committee some comfort in that amount. But he still would require a survey. Because it wasn't, it was part of the Willard Street Road, it had to be surveyed, so that was still.
But he did spend $5,000 more than he might have for
No,
the
the
appraisal?
$5,000 through you, Mr. Chairman, was the survey, and I believe the appraisal, it was, I don't know, $600 or $700.
Okay, I thought it was reversed, but that's fine. So in future, those expenses would not have to be incurred going forward with the new policy?
Through you, Mr.
On
Chairman, the
non-viable.
appraisal would not be
Right.
required, but the survey would still be
Yes,
required.
thank you.
Deputy Mayor Abdallah.
Thank you. So I think we've all learned something from this, you know, teamwork, cohesiveness, and moving forward. It's good for everyone, especially the community. Question for you, Ms. Soriel. So I really like how you define non-viable, viable. Can you provide another example recently where we sold land for $1,000 because of non-viable land? If I recall, it was McGee Street where the homeowner wanted to put an addition on. Was that non-viable land?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the McGee Street property where it merged, it was added onto another property, was non-viable. So it was smaller than what was required under the zoning bylaw. And if we used my $12,000 per acre, it came out to $1,021.06.
Okay.
And we charged $1,000.
Right. Thank you very much.
How was that brought forward for discussion and deliberation? Was it brought forward at an open meeting or in a
Yes.
caucus meeting?
Well, it started off in a caucus meeting.
Okay.
And then direction was given to me by the committee, or council, sorry, to proceed with the sale. So then we waited for the survey, and then it came to the committee with a report and then a bylaw.
So would I deem then that the procedure is to come forward first in caucus prior to it being brought to the public?
I think that's going to have to be, once this registry, the surplus registry is completed and council's satisfied with it, then I don't think it has to come into caucus if the surplus registry indicates that it can be sold.
So it's based on the fact that there was no surplus registry to begin with?
There is
Thank
none.
you. Okay. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you for the great work, Colleen. Appreciate that. The particular property that Mr. Gerva is interested in, is that considered a stopped end? Is that what that is called?
Yeah, it would be a dead end.
So
I'm
the
sorry,
then-
I didn't hear you,
Oh,
Councillor.
Would that be considered like a stopped end property? And then I guess it goes back to my previous point when we were talking about the bylaw. Like, why would that be excluded from the registry? I don't understand
yeah,
what the
okay.
logic was there.
Well, I guess I was thinking it was just so many like different roads and I guess Dave, but I was just thinking the list would be so long, but maybe Dave
Okay.
has something else to
And you're
offer.
going to go
though.
back and alter that.
For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, just to further on that.
ahead, Mr. Unruh.
Yes, sorry to speak out of turn, Mr. Chair.
Never be afraid to speak out. That's why we've been paying you the big money. Go ahead.
So, yeah, so under the municipal act, and I stand corrected, but road allowances and dead ends and things like that was actually exempt. And so that's where the wording comes from. They were exempt from any policies in that. So that's where the wording come from. It wasn't and that's the thought process. It wasn't something made up. It was part of the municipal act.
Thank you. Nothing further? We're going to proceed then, and this will be brought forward. Sorry, did you have your hand up, Councillor Keel? Oh, sorry, motion by Councillor Keel, seconded by Deputy Mayor, I believe? Or, sorry. Councillor Plummer, sorry, it's been a long afternoon, Councillor Plummer, go ahead. Don't let me stop you, go ahead.
No, there's no comment. I was just making a point that there is a motion and a second on the floor, but you need to call the question.
Those in favor? Against? Carried unanimously, thank you. Record will note that the mayor is returning to his chair. Next item, Ms. Soriel.
Okay, on-street patio report. So it's recommended that council approve the PBIA request, subject to city staff being satisfied that the Jersey barriers are placed appropriately to ensure maximum protection for the users of the on-street patio on the east side of Church Street. A bylaw and amending encroachment agreement will be prepared for the next council meeting based on council direction. So at the May 3rd, 2022 Planning and Development Committee meeting, the committee agreed to allow an outdoor on-street patio with an area of 6 feet by 16 feet in front of 205 Church Street, which is Nomada Tacos, subject to liability insurance being provided, an encroachment agreement being entered into, and protective measures such as temporary bollards or Jersey barriers to surround the proposed patio. The owners of Nomada Tacos did not proceed with this proposal. Also on the same night, the committee agreed to allow the PBIA to set up on-street patios on Victoria Street, Albert Street, and the vacant city property known as 270 Pembroke Street West, which is beside Vogue Cleaners. The city agreed to purchase Jersey barriers for the PBIA on-street patios at a one-time cost of approximately $6,000 for the requested Albert Street location. These Jersey barriers were purchased by the city and were used at the Albert Street patio. The Albert Street patio location used up 2 metered parking spaces on the east side of Albert, and these metered parking spaces were heavily used, and complaints were received that these parking spaces were not available during the summer months. Further, due to the fact that Albert is a very busy street, this on-street patio was not used as much by the public. So the PBIA would like to move the Albert Street on-street patio to Church Street in front of Nomada Tacos. So the PBIA will continue to use the Victoria Street location and the 270 Pembroke Street West location for the 2 other locations, and permission was granted in 2022 for these locations for a 3-year period. The PBIA, in its letter dated April 14th this year, would like to relocate the Albert Street to Church, but the patio would be 6 feet by 30 feet. And since the approval by the committee in 2022 was for a 6-foot by 16-foot structure, this application must come back to this committee due to the increase in size. We know that the requested width of 6 feet is acceptable because that was approved last year. It's just the distance has increased. So the PBI is requesting that the city provide and place the 5 Jersey barriers surrounding the new location of the on-street patio. This is the same amount that surrounded the Albert Street patio. 2 parking spaces would be used for this patio. However, these 2 parking spaces are not used as much as the Albert Street parking spaces. Nomada Tacos will be working with the PBIA regarding the usage of this patio. The restaurant owner will sponsor the patio, provide suitable furniture, and be responsible for the cleaning and maintenance of the patio. These patios have been requested to be in place from Victoria Day and removed by Thanksgiving weekend. So staff has reviewed this request and provides the following comments. We're looking for protection, and so the 5 Jersey barriers would provide that protection, but that staff would work with the PBIA and Nomada Tacos to ensure that the Jersey barriers are placed appropriately to ensure maximum protection. Secondly, the PBIA has requested the city provide the 5 Jersey barriers for the protection of this patio. We did purchase the Jersey barriers, and there would be a cost to move the barriers to and from the space. The patio would not obstruct stormwater flows. The applicant would be responsible for the clearance of any debris to ensure free flow of water. The patio would not permit smoking. The tables and chairs would be either removed at night or chained to the patio during nighttime. Garbage cans would be maintained regularly. The PBIA forms part of the city's umbrella insurance policy, and should there be an incident with the PBIA patios, it would impact the city's overall insurance. The on-street patio must comply with the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, meaning that the patio must be the floor level with the sidewalk, and a revised encroachment agreement would be entered into for the new location. The cost to move the Jersey barriers to the site and then remove them after the season would be approximately $500.
Thank you. We have members of council, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Keel, Councillor Fernier, and Councillor Plummer.
So the PBA figured out this was the best location to move it from across from Scotiabank. Takes up 2 parking spots, but there's lots of parking downtown. This is encouraging partnership with the city and the PBA. It's great for destination to bring people downtown, as we know, since the patios have come. The downtown is even more vibrant. People are using the patios. It's just an overall improvement to get them to stay downtown and spruce up the area. And with all the destination events the PBA is having, it only complements this, you know. So sort of like Queen Street in Toronto type thing. So it's all, downtown is always changing. I've never worked with such a dedicated visionary group downtown. You know, having had a small business downtown with my father, I know the struggles that they face, you know, profit margin and sales. So everything we can do to help them. And the new parking agreement we have with the city is very beneficial also. So I would move that we support the recommendation to move it from Albert Street to the Nomada Taco. Thank you.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Discussion, Councillor Keel, Fernier, and Plummer.
I'm going to oppose this one. When it comes to the downtown, from the moment I was a candidate until this past weekend, all I get told is complaints about the lack of parking. I know that we had a great presentation by Bethia that was trying to, I think, demystify that particular one. But when it comes to the street parking, I mean, at your peak times, on your weekends, your lunch, you're immediately after work, the street parking is packed downtown. I have concerns about the fact that this patio is going to be located on a downhill. I realize that we're putting a Jersey barrier there, but that might protect the people. It doesn't necessarily protect the occupants of the vehicle should they slam into a Jersey barrier. In theory, we're moving this because there was complaints about the last parking location. And I can all but guarantee that there's going to be people that traditionally park at this location that are going to be complaining just the same. I think we've hit something where we can in terms of the patios on the sidewalks, and I'm all for those. I worry about setting a precedent here. I know Nomada's Tacos would like this patio. What happens when Zaffron Bistro wants patios in a couple of those metered spots on the street that one is on? I'm not sure. What happens when Ulrich's wants one on their particular strip? The city taking the insurance hit if something happens, I'm not even remotely pleased about that. We just talked during budget time about an outstanding insurance claim that has drastically increased our current insurance rate. So it's one thing when you have the patio on the sidewalk where presumably cars and that shouldn't be. I think we do have to consider it to be a slightly different thing when it's at the bottom of a hill on the actual road allowance. So I'm all in agreement with supporting the downtown, and I think so far my record has shown that to be quite true. We had complaints about the previous place. We're now putting in a different couple parking meters. I just don't know that this is the right place for this. I think looking for maybe some private partnerships. I mean, if we want to take up a couple parking spots, maybe behind the Nomadas building. I don't know who the landlord of the building is, but maybe they can look at that. Maybe we can look at other options. I think actually Little Things Canning Company on the corner, I think they have an encroachment agreement with us, I think, for a patio. So there is one literally in that location that we're talking about. This one just, it draws too many concerns for me, but generally speaking, I'm supportive of the idea. I'm just not supportive of these 2 parking spots being the location of this one.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Fernier, Councillor Plummer.
So yeah, I second the motion for discussion. When I first looked at it, I thought of the same things Councillor Keel mentioned. That's a hill. It can be heavily traveled. I know I park there often if I'm going to the yoga studio or to a Little Cannings or shopping somewhere. I just want to clarify that this is on the road. Unlike, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Little Cannings has it on the sidewalk up against the building, which is a completely different thing. I would support that wholeheartedly if it was against the building. I love that idea of being outdoors. But I do have some concerns about it being on that hill. I agree, this could set a precedent. Ulrichs might want one eventually, and da-da-da-da-da. So, I'm open to hear what other councillors think, but I'm kind of leery. I would rather, if Nomada, actually I was in there eating, and I mentioned, as you're going to put in for a patio, I would prefer if it was right up against his establishment. A couple of chairs and tables, as Little Cannings has it, so, thank you.
Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Chair. Just doing a quick Google Street View as the technology allows here. So taking up 2 spots on the left, in front of Nevada Tacos, I look around in the Street View, I see 2 spots directly across the street, 2 more spots across the street up the road, another entranceway, another spot behind. So there is still parking. I certainly have parked across the street, walked across, gone into Nevada, picked up my order, and then be on my way. Understanding also that there's no lights at the hill. It's not a real people coming down that way. I think for travel the area, you're coming into a busy Pembroke Street, so you normally don't come down the hill to turn left, or you're coming down and you're going to have to wait. So I don't think it's heavily trafficked, or certainly wouldn't travel down Church Street to try to get on to turn left onto Main Street. I don't have an issue with it. I think it's a prudent decision by the PBA to work with local businesses to understand that it doesn't work across from the bank. That's just too heavy of intersection, people coming in and out. And this is in front of establishment as well as up the street from others. I think it's going to be a nice addition for the downtown. And as we can say, we can always try. If it doesn't work, we can search again for next year, but I am in full support of it.
Your Worship, Deputy Mayor. No, he's already had,
Okay, okay, thank you.
Everyone gets a chance to speak once.
So I support the motion that's being brought forward. I know from an operations point of view that every time one of these applications is looked at, even in the very beginning, having conversations with the director saying, what can we do to ensure that it's safe? And I think it was operations that came up with the idea of these Jersey barriers to ensure that that the people are safe, that everyone is safe, and so forth. And so my thought is that if this is the switch, because certainly Scotiabank was a very busy place to attempt to do it, but kudos to the PBIA and the business owners for attempting to do it there. But I certainly support what this application is.
Deputy Mayor, over, you have the last word.
Last word. I put my faith in the PBA, and I put my faith in the staff. As the mayor has alluded to, the operations department, the planning department, and as Councillor Plummer says, we try it out, and I think staff would come up with the necessary safety concerns.
Thank you. No, the last word was the Deputy Mayor. We will vote. I'm sorry, we have to stay within the order of business. Recorded vote. There's a recorded vote requested by the Deputy Mayor on support of the on-street patio report as presented. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Fernier, I want to... We don't usually allow clarification from the floor, do we, Your Worship? I will allow this one time. Come forward.
I'm not sure what,
So I just wanted to clarify, is this going to be simply lounge chairs, or is there going to be tables where people can actually?
Councillor Fernier, our guest has the floor.
She wants to know what I want to know.
Okay, we'll
okay,
let her
so
answer the question.
I'll answer quickly because I know time is of the essence. So they are going to have actual tables to sit at, so it's going to be more of a seating area. And just to clarify, unfortunately, Nomadic Tacos would not be able to put a patio, even a bistro set, because they wouldn't have the 5-foot clearance that's required. So this is the only way that would be able to have a patio in that area, because the sidewalk isn't wide enough there. It gets wider at the corner, and that's why Little Things can have it. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. This is not usually the order of business, but we'll let it go. Recorded vote. Are we ready to go?
So the motion is that the Planning and Development Committee approve the PBIA request, subject to staff being satisfied that the Jersey barriers are placed appropriately to ensure maximum protection for the users of the on-street patio on the east side of Church Street, and that a bylaw and amending encroachment agreement be prepared for the next council meeting. Deputy Mayor Abdallah.
Yay.
Councillor Ed Giacono.
Yes.
Councillor Ian Keel.
Nay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere.
Yay.
Councillor Andrew Plummer.
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell.
Yay.
And Mayor Ron Zherba.
The motion is carried.
6
How
to
many we
1.
got? 6 to 1. Thank you. Other business before the committee at this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. We are adjourned.
Welcome to the May 2nd Finance and Administration Committee of Pembroke City Council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Deputy or Mayor Gervais.
Mr. Chair, in respect to 6I, when we get to procurement policies, as it'll be addressing not only auditing services but legal services.
6I. Thank you. Approval of the agenda, or an amendment of Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Frenier. Those in favor? Approved. Approval of the minutes of the April 4th Finance and Admin Committee meeting. Of Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Business arising from those minutes? Seeing none. Number 6, new business. We welcome back Ms. Soriel, Bylaw Enforcement Officer Appointment Bylaw.
It is recommended that the current bylaw appointing bylaw enforcement officers for the city of Pembroke be repealed and a new bylaw be established. So the city's bylaw enforcement department hires a student every summer, and this additional staff member requires a revision of the city's current bylaw appointing municipal bylaw officers. A new bylaw will be before council this evening, adding Emma Sack as a new bylaw enforcement officer, and there are no financial implications associated with this report.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. We'll move right along. And we welcome back our Fire Chief, Sell. Welcome, Chief Sell. Busy agenda tonight for you in the department.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll move right into the April monthly report. Generally, April was a cleanup month for our fire prevention program. Staff did conduct training at Supple's Landing with 36 staff members over the course of 2 days, being trained in fire extinguishers in the workplace. You know, specific scenarios set up for what they may encounter at Supple's Landing. Public safety messaging ranged from improperly discarded smoking materials to power outages. To a reminder of our current recreational burning bylaw. And again, we also partnered with the Renfrew County Fire Chiefs for messaging in the Eganville Leader, which focused this month on wildfire management. Our social media pages focused on the spring freshet and keeping the community updated on water levels of both the Indian and Ottawa rivers. I'll speak more to that in a few moments. Employee recognition program. Firefighter of the month for March was firefighter Brad Lapierre, as Brad diligently prepared for his first class exam, which occurred later in this current month of April. And our volunteer firefighter for the month was Shane Snyder. He is one of the new volunteers who started in September, and Shane has continued working hard on his training and has attended all of the calls when he's called upon. And of course, next staff promotions, Brad Lapierre was successful in attaining the rank of first class firefighter. Congratulations, Brad. Vulnerable occupancies, Marion Hill and Supple's Landing were re-inspected again in April. Under emergency management, Councillor Plummer and Keel, along with staff, attended the senior and elected officials workshop presented by Emergency Management Ontario. This presentation outlines Council's role in emergency management within the municipality, and the slide deck was presented in the agenda package for Council's review. This is myself, CEMC. I completed EM Emergency Management Course 125, which is a course on Introduction to Exercise Program Management. And of course, we continue to attend the 2023 Spring Freshet meetings, which are now occurring Mondays and Thursdays. These meetings keep the municipalities updated on the river conditions for the Ottawa during the melt. So right now, I'll just give council an update as to what conditions we're looking at for the Ottawa. So back in late March, early April, we saw the local melt, which affected the Indian River. Staff did provide some sandbags to residents in that area as the Indian River did breach the banks. However, no homes were affected. Some sandbags were utilized, but the majority of sand remained unused. So that was a quick turnaround from up quickly, down quickly. And as far as the levels go today for the Indian River, the influx that most people witnessed was just due to the rain event that just passed through the area. Now the Ottawa River is a little slower as we are dealing with the snows that are melting up north and making its way down. So just recently in the past peak, a couple of weeks ago, that was the local snow coming in from the tributaries, which those have now leveled out, aside from this rain event that just had gone through. And now what we're looking at is the snow and the rain event, which was successfully got rid of the snow up north, but unfortunately the snow and the rainwater had mixed together, causing the reservoirs to fill extremely quickly. The Ottawa River Secretariat, who manages the dams and the reservoirs along the waterway, they have done their best to minimize the impacts of this rain event. However, you know, we're starting to see the residual effects here. So currently, today was the highest that we've seen the river level, which was at 113.17 meters above sea level. Since then, the last update was about 5:15 this evening. It had gone down just roughly 1/4 inch. They are expecting the level to continue to rise, possibly peaking tomorrow or Thursday, and we're looking at possibly it coming up another 1.5 inches, possibly. So with that, we can expect that these levels will stay where they're at, hopefully go down a little bit to make it a little easier to manage on for some of us. But go down. They should stay at this level for another couple of weeks as you know, the final snow melt and this rain event comes through the system. So you know, there's nothing forecasted after this particular low pressure system moves out. So you know, fingers crossed. As of our residents, there are no homes directly impacted by the waters. Some residents, so far 2 residents have requested sandbags, and these are more of a proactive, they're just trying to be proactive to put the plans in place in case winds pick up and wave action then starts to erode their property. So those 2 residents have been provided with some sand and bags. The Cockburn parking lot has been closed due to the water coming back from the river there, and it was quite bad this evening. And the Kiwanis Walkway has been closed as of this morning. As I would say, it was probably mid-afternoon. Water actually started to come up over the walkway. So hopefully, with the low pressure system moving out, it doesn't bring in a huge influx in wind, which could you know, lead to a little more damage. So that's where we're at as far as the river levels go. Moving on to the EOC of the training room, we hosted a number of events in April, starting with the EDI training for all city staff at the beginning of the month. This was followed by the Community Watch meeting and Renfrew County Chiefs Association meeting in mid-April. Operations Department held a training session in the EOC, as well as the OPP conducted a 2-day training session at the Fire Hall as well. The Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association partnered with Garrison Petawawa Fire Department and played a charity hockey tournament or hockey game against Jean Lajoie. The price of admission was a donation to the food bank, and the Firefighters Association also made a monetary donation of $500 that day to the St. Joseph's Food Bank. Also in April, the Firefighters Association made their annual donation to Muscular Dystrophy Canada, and they also made another donation to the Canadian Cancer Society. And lastly, the association will be sponsoring a youth baseball team in the Upper Valley Baseball League this summer. Training, particular focus on training in April. We brought in some Resilient Minds training, and this training is to build psychological strength in the firefighters, and this is provided by the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs. And tonight is the second night where we have done our large-scale water rescue scenarios. This year, we decided to try the space at the Ministry of Natural Resources, just to change things up and add a couple little twists for the firefighters and see how they operate in under new conditions. Inspections and consultations for the month of April, 173. We responded to 24 incidents, $0 lost, and April saw 4 letters of warning and 2 additional fines issued, and we still have 3 outstanding fines for 2023.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Frenier had her hand up. Question for the Chief?
It's okay, Brian. Deputy Mayor. There is supposed to be the Heroes Run this weekend, I believe, at the waterfront along the Kiwanis Walkway. Do you think that the rain, no, have they been contacted?
Yes.
They have?
Yeah.
Is there an alternate route?
I believe they're working on an alternate at this time.
Okay.
But unfortunately, they're with the forecast. The quick turnaround time in a couple of days, I can't see that moving
Okay.
forward.
But they've been notified. Thank you. Thank you.
Further question? Yes, CEO, Mr.
Yeah, I just
Enra?
want to clarify, the run is not canceled. The run is still occurring, but they're changing. There could be a portion of the walkway from Miramichi to Riverside that they might be utilizing just for an hour, but we'll see.
If I may,
Yes,
through you, Chair,
Chief.
the portion of the walkway that is currently inundated with water would be on the, the east end, in the vicinity of Algonquin College. However, Algonquin College is not in any danger of being impacted at this time.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Keel.
Have we had any erosion or any other concerns around the Moffat Street in that area this particular season?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Sorry, I must correct myself. I am aware of one incident. However, I don't feel that I'm the person to speak on that. That would be more of operations or the building department that I believe dealt with that in that particular case.
Nothing emergent, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like,
No.
we're not progressing towards any emergency or anything there.
Okay. Item D, bylaw 220-21, or no, that's the other one. Item C, update bylaw 2022-21, emergency management program, and emergency plan.
Staff is making, actually, the Emergency Management Program Committee is recommending the updating of bylaw 2022-21, which is the Emergency Management Program and Emergency Plan, to reflect the addition of personnel to the Emergency Management Program Committee and to the Emergency Control Group. So the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act requires the municipality to have an emergency management program. Within this program, the municipality also requires to develop a program committee. Some of the things that the committee oversees, namely, I will identify resource capability gaps and recommended approaches to fill the gaps. And one of the other points I'd like to emphasize is to submit proposed amendments to the program for council approval. So in this particular report, what the committee is recommending is that we've identified specific gaps in the program committee as well as the emergency control group. So currently the program committee is working towards updating the city's emergency plan. This update would incorporate the incident management system used at basically all levels within the province and NGOs when responding to emergencies. So within this, with the IMS structure, the organizational chart is fairly simple. At the top, you have your EOC commander. Under the EOC commander, you have some designated command staff, and then from there, it branches out into sector chiefs. Usually, the EOC commander role would fall to the CAO, And as the CAO is responsible for the overall management of the emergency, the program committee feels that the CAO should sit on the committee to provide input on the program development and to gain a deeper knowledge of the plan and its implementation. Further to this, one of the sectors within the IMS is finance and administration. Program committee feels that the knowledge of our treasurer on the program committee would be a valuable asset. The treasurer would also gain valuable knowledge on budget development, implementation, and could guide program development with an eye on short and long-term financial implications for the city. And then, of course, I think we all know the role that technology now plays in our lives, and this goes as well for emergency planning and responses. So the committee would also like to add the service administrator of information technology to the program committee to ensure that the program accounts for and addresses the city's technological needs. And then finally, it is the request that the program by the program committee to add the treasurer and IT to the municipal emergency control group, so their expertise can be utilized from the onset of an emergency through the mitigation of an incident.
So you're looking for a motion at a future meeting, or do you just want direction right now?
So this bylaw, if it's approved, this bylaw would be brought forth at the May 16th meeting.
Okay, any comments on the recommendation? Councillor Plummer?
I would give direction that we move forward with bringing the bylaw forward at a later date.
Consensus? Show of hands? Yes. Next item, item D, bylaw 2020-21, recreational open air burning.
So staff is requesting direction from committee regarding a review of the current recreational burning bylaw. And if committee wishes to reopen the bylaw, further direction is requested on how to move forward with an updated bylaw. So in 2019, council brought forward a motion to amend the existing recreational burning bylaw. Staff proceeded to gather information, prepared reports. Some of the actions that were taken were discussions with the town of Petawawa. Comments were received by the Police Services Board. Development of a permit system was brought up, and a survey to residents was also requested. So reports to council and committee from 2019 were included in council's package. From the actions that were outlined in 2019, a permit system was put in place and is currently employed with success. The permit fee structure was updated in 2021 to recover the costs of inspections and administration incurred by the municipality. Comments were received from the Police Services Board, and basically they acknowledged that this issue is a fire service issue and not a policing matter. Once again, this memorandum was attached in the package. Survey results were compiled and reported to council, outlining many of the comments received. Of the 100 comments, 63 were in favor of allowing recreational open-air burning throughout the city. Once again, staff implemented some of the suggestions made on the survey, such as inspections, proof of permission from property owners when the permit is requested by a tenant, and fines for non-compliance. One suggestion was possible public pits at Riverside Park. Since these reports, the passing of the current bylaw, we have a new council, a new CAO, a new fire chief, and a new director of Parks and Recreation. So last summer, coordinated effort between fire and Parks and Rec, we got the pits installed and built at Riverside Park. Signage was designed and purchased, and we both worked together to come up with the rules and regulations on the use of the pits by the public. Coordinating reservations for these pits and the initial enforcement of the rules surrounding the pits is fallen on summer staff at Kiwanis Fieldhouse. Recently, staff have been made aware of the possibility of revisiting the recreational burning bylaw and again await direction from council.
Thank you. So because we have a busy agenda tonight, Chief's looking at how to proceed. We'll go around once. I've had the mayor, then I have Councillor Keel, then Councillor Plummer. The mayor?
So certainly, I support a review of this bylaw. It's always good to look at things from time to time. I was on the PSB at the time, still agree that it's not a PSB issue. As was mentioned earlier by our CAO, former Councillor O'Neill, often used to say if you're going to have a bylaw, you got to enforce it. So I have no issue reviewing this and trying to determine is there a better way of doing things, that sort of thing. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that I have concerns that if it's a different system put in place, that sort of thing, is it the fire department that's enforcing it? What kind of resources does that take? And then the second piece, as I recall it, and I'm looking at some of these items, trying to refresh my memory, is the concerns about safety. Not all areas of the city of Pembroke are tightly knit, I'll put it that way, but there are certain areas in Pembroke, new subdivisions and so forth, where effectively houses are sitting on each other, and I have a hard time seeing outdoor burning in those situations. But I have no, that's my comment, I have no issue with a review of it.
Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've taken it upon myself since getting elected to really go after this particular issue. I've looked at a number of bylaws in other municipalities, from Petawawa to somewhere down Aurelia. Kingston allows open air bylaw, open air burning. So I think some of the comments are, well, we're an urban area. Well, so is Aurelia in Kingston. So I think instead of looking at it as a black and white issue, I think we need to consider a few items. Number one, when the city last looked at this matter with the residents, over 60% said that they wanted more expansive open air burning. When it comes to regulations, we can certainly impose rules and regulations, and as a matter of fact, our current bylaw is actually quite short, despite the concern that were raised the last time around. The current bylaw, I think, also has issues where, for instance, it says that you can have open air burning if you're near water. I'm not going to expose who I asked the question of what does near water mean, but I can tell you one city staffer had no idea what that means. Do you have to be on the water? Well, it doesn't say on the water, it says near the water. So if you're 2 houses from the water, is that good? If you're 3 houses from the water, is that still near the water? So I've really gone ahead and looked at this. The fire chief was kind enough to give me a 1-hour meeting that I think lasted closer to 2.5, 3 hours. One of the questions I had to the fire chief was, would you be able to operate and enforce this permit system? And I got a positive response on that particular issue, which I think is what was raised by the mayor. In terms of what the city of Kingston has, they actually have a couple different levels. So for instance, there's, if you have a chimney or basically a fireplace, in other words, a 3-sided structure with a chimney, I think you only needed 3 meters area. So for some smaller yards, maybe that's the answer to your problems. And while some people might find that strange, I would remind us all that you're allowed fireplaces in your own house, and those don't burn down. So clearly there's structures in that can be in place. For larger areas, I think the chief and I were looking, I think, a 5-meter radius for some of the more open burning. So there could be various options. But needless to say, at this point in time, I'm recommending that we move forward with a permitting system, but a far more permissive open burning bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Chair. I echo Councillor Keel's comments as well, understanding that not one size doesn't certainly fit all here in the city. So I think it's important to open up the bylaw and look at what can actually be accomplished here. Let's be practical, let's be reasonable, understanding that some residents may be upset because they don't meet the threshold. But I know I'm in favor of it, but I would not be able to have one in my backyard. I have too much tree cover and foliage above, so it just wouldn't suit me. But at my parents' area, where it's very wide and open, yes, you could probably have one over there. So it gives an option for people to have. Certainly, I agree with the pits down at Riverside, that's a great option for people that may not have the ability to have one in their backyard. Can go and reserve a pit, have a little campfire, teach the kids how to make s'mores, all the fun stuff that you get to do if they don't have a cottage to go to. So I think this is not a giant issue, but I think it's an issue certainly here in Pembroke, and I would be in support of certainly looking at the bylaw again.
Thank you, Councillor Plummer. Councillor Lafreniere.
Yes, I supported it in 2019 when it came to this table, and I'm glad to see we're going to be looking at it again. I think that, as you said, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Some people will not qualify, but others will, and they'll be able to even enjoy their backyards more than they do now. So thank you.
Did you want to speak, Councillor Purcell?
Certainly. I support, looking at this bylaw, and I would support the recreation birding bylaw.
So, supplement, yes, Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The time it came around, I think I voted against it. And even though there were 63 people in favor, I don't think it was really a great cross-section of people. I had people call me that had asthma, people that didn't want to have, wanted to have their windows open in the summertime, that didn't have air conditioning, seniors who could not afford air conditioning, said, I don't want, the guy next door blowing some green smoke in through my window, and my wife's on oxygen. So, I had to take that consideration. But I certainly think we can review it. There may be instances where we can really, take a good hard look at it. And I don't have a problem with responsible people that have a fire pit. It's the ones that light it, have a few ales, and go to bed. People do that, and not everybody. But I'm just saying, Councillor Keel said, well, you have a fire in your house, but I mean, you have it in a fireplace. I mean, you have the screen covered, you've got it airtight or whatever. It's a controlled fire. But outside, how controlled is it? If it's windy and you go inside, I mean, those are things that would have to be looked at. And I know there's a new appliance now out by, I'm not going to mention the firm's name, but it's an odorless fire gadget, piece of appliance. So you can burn green wood in there apparently, and there's no smoke. It just burns really hot. So I mean, that could be part of the, part of the deal where people are purchasing those. And what's the problem? You barbecue a couple of hot dogs for your grandchildren. I'd love to do that, but I certainly would be open to taking a look at it.
If I could speak from the chair, if council will give me that opportunity. So last term, Councillor Frenier and I, we suggested to look at the model of Aurelia, 16.4 feet distance from any property, less than 24 kilometers wind velocity. So that type of distance, like Councillor Plummer said, not everyone's going to qualify. At our house, I don't think we could qualify, even though I like to have marshmallow and weenie roast, But there are new appliances out there, Chief, that can be implemented, the smokeless one. So you would take, you're going to come back with a process for community input or input from councillors also? And what's your strategy?
Sorry, through you, Chair. My strategy is basically to go forward with the direction that council gives.
Okay. So that's the direction, positive? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chief. Next, we have Mr. Lewis, Director of Operations. Welcome, sir. Item E, design build services for construction of enclosed two-bay garage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends the committee approve the award of the design build services for the construction of an enclosed two-bay garage. Request for proposal number P-23-03 to Thomas Cavanaugh Construction in the amount of $1,385,999 plus HST. This project is part of the Operations Yard Optimization Project that we started several years ago. It was started by the former department head and continues with some works completed and works yet to be completed. Some works completed recently include fencing of separate compounds at the Operations Yard, especially from the communications tower that was built next door. And that communication tower needs third-party access, hence the additional fencing. Construction of a gravel staff parking lot has been completed next to the department to separate staff parking from the city vehicles for health and safety reasons and to better secure the facility. Additionally, this created extra spaces for department visitor parking. The demolition of the existing operations yard sheds has been completed, with the inventory permanently moved into the present operations maintenance base. This was done as the existing storage sheds were beyond their usefulness and needed significant repairs. One of the 3 bays was unusable last year. The inventory that did remain in the old building prior to demolition included water distribution system inventory that was subject to weather and deteriorating, hence the move into the existing maintenance base. With that inventory now in the maintenance area, the department no longer has any space for equipment maintenance and for seasonal switchover activities. Additionally, the old bays were too small to allow the larger snow plowing equipment, and therefore plow and blade maintenance needed to be completed on the outside in the yard, including in the middle of the winter, often at night. With the existing bays now fully used up, there is no space for sidewalk maintenance equipment needs as well. The department has tried to tackle this project a number of times in a number of different ways. We tried to see if we could get the sheds, the inventory sheds, replaced with a used storage type building. Unfortunately, with only half a dozen used storage buildings, it's difficult to get a supplier to come up and to build something like that. They want to build a large used storage type facility. That didn't work for us. We looked at using C-cans with a fabric covered building for the equipment maintenance activities and some storage, but due to the space requirements and the fact that the operations yard is a little on the small side, that wasn't going to work for us. We attempted to hire a design team to design a new building and the remaining yard optimization items. We did go to RFP, we received proposals, and the proposals were nearly half of the available budget. So as time and options have basically run out, the design build option was chosen. We have completed the procurement process, and we are now before you this evening requesting approval to move forward. This project includes the construction of a new 2-bay garage with covered storage on either side and the installation of oil grit separators in the operations yard. So basically, 2 commercial garage bays and 2 carports on either side to house some snow plowing equipment. Those carports would help to keep the plows under cover and provide us quicker response during those snow events. The oil and grit separators for the building, for this building, one would be for this building, the other one would be for the existing garage bays. The existing garage bays still house our water and sewer equipment for maintenance and a wash bay. The new build and the existing garage need these to assist in controlling the environmental impacts for regulations purposes, of course, and to assist in maintaining the operations yard, and as well to control the runoff from the operations yard, which leads directly back in behind the property to Pansy Patch Park. The department publicly advertised the request for proposal. It closed on Thursday, April 13th. We had 3 proposals that were submitted. The proposals were reviewed and evaluated by a panel of 3, including myself, Marielle McLaughlin, the Manager of Operations, and Adrian Tomasini, the Supervisor of Roads and Fleet. As usual, all scoring was done individually, and compiling of the scores to recommend a proponent was monitored by the Purchasing Manager, Deputy Treasurer, Marcia Hawthorne. Proposals were reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the predetermined criteria, and that criteria is included in the packages that you've received. Based on the review, the evaluation committee believes the proposal from Thomas Cavanaugh Construction offers the best value for the project. Financial. In the 2023 budget, just over $920,000 was allocated for the design build services to complete the construction. With the project costs and the net HST, the total value of the project as included in the proposal is $1,410,392.58. representing a budget shortfall of $489,589.58. Operations staff is considering a reduction of scope and developing a 2-phase approach for this project. That would likely mean the construction of the covered storage or the 2 garage bays, and we'd leave off the carports. We'd hold those off for a future budget year. Additionally, we'd like to discuss with the proponent the potential to rework existing drainage in an attempt to reduce the need for 2 oil grit separators. And we'd also look at work on building servicing to see if we could hold off some of that servicing. So in essence, we'd try and rework the way the yard drains, place 1 oil grit separator and reconfigure a bunch of the piping that's in the yard to try and utilize 1 oil grit separator instead of the 2 as previously required. Operations staff will pursue these ideas with the successful proponent and negotiate a reduction in contract value should the proposed solutions be feasible. Any remaining shortfall after the negotiations can be funded by reallocating surplus funds in the Victoria Street ESA project of approximately $130,000, and the remainder shortfall coming from the General Capital Reserve, and presently that has a forecasted balance of roughly $1,306,000. Operations has been working with all parties. Just to touch on the Victoria Street project, we have been working with all parties regarding the Victoria Street ESA remediation, and we're comfortable with the reduction in the budget for that project from 155 to 130. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lewis. Questions, motions? We have Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll admit, as I did to Mr. Lewis, that when I first looked at this, I wasn't pleased that it's nearly $500,000 over. But when you start talking to people at the operations department, as I did with Mr. Lewis, and he gives you some of the background that they've been trying to do this for years, the price doesn't get any cheaper every time we wait another year and another year and another year. I have some personal concerns when I hear that some of our city employees are having to work outside in the winter, and I don't want to give them any ideas, but obviously that could potentially lead to certain claims and whatnot. So I think at this point we have to recognize the importance of our operations department. I think we have to recognize that there's just certain things that the city needs to operate. And I personally am convinced that Mr. Lewis has put, and his team has put in a lot of time and a lot of effort to try and minimize this project as much as humanly possible. And I respect his efforts, and I would certainly move that we proceed with the recommendation.
So we have a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation to a seconder. Councillor Plummer, you'd like to speak to it?
Yes, just this is an important project to operations, as it does allow a winter control vehicle to be on the ready standby to be dispatched. That what happens now, currently the winter control vehicles are sitting outside. If there's an ice storm event, where then what happens is our staff has to go start up the truck, let the truck warm up, scrape off the ice. Now we're delaying time that these vehicles could be on the road providing salting services. There could be an incident then. So I think that it's important. We do realize every council member here around the table understands what costs are to the city and how important budgets are to keep. And we certainly do our best to stay within budgets and approve things that are on budget. I have utmost confidence in the director to go back to the contractor and try and negotiate some cost-saving measures to get us back closer to what our budget is.
Any other comments? I just want to comment from the chair. I do twice yearly visits to the operations department to bring them coffee and donuts in the wintertime and at Christmas. And we chat inside the garage, and they were telling me, and you told me, Mr. Lewis, that the struggles you've had in building this, and they were working, the vehicles were outside and doing maintenance on the plows and that. So I commend you for trying to shorten the budget, and I'll be supporting the motion. Any other discussion? Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Next item, Mr. Lewis. Item F, all-terrain vehicle bylaw 2017-69, amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends changes to Schedule A of bylaw 2017-69 a bylaw to regulate and govern the operation of all-terrain, multi-purpose, and recreation off-road vehicles within the city of Pembroke. This is being done to revise the permitted, prescribed route of travel. As was with the snowmobile use in the past winter, the old CN rail bed off of Bennett Street can no longer be used as an all-terrain vehicle route, as it has been sold to a private entity and is now unavailable for use. The recommended route, which is in the revised Schedule A, has been discussed with the Renfrew County ATV Club. The new route generally is used to provide access from the ATV trails to the hotels in the south end of the city and to the Irving Big Stop. And the map that is included in your packages shows that route. I'll quickly describe it. The route is the southern portion of the municipality. It joins with the existing trail just off of Drive-In Road, comes onto McKay Street, travels from city limits to Town Line Road, onto Town Line Road from McKay Street to River Road, crosses River Road to Bennett, crosses the Bennett Street Bridge, continuing on Bennett Street to Boundary, then crosses Boundary Road onto International Drive to Upper Valley Drive, on Upper Valley Drive to International again near the Holiday Inn Express, on International past the Best Western, and then, ending at the Irving Big Stop. And just for information purposes, the portion of the route that's on Bennett Street from the former rail spur, which is just adjacent to Germania Hall, from there to the Irving Big Stop, that portion of the route is the same as the present bylaw. There's no change in there. It's just basically trying to fit it in between now that the old spur line isn't being used. If approved, an amendment to bylaw 2017-69, Schedule A, will be brought to council at a future meeting, and there are no immediate financial implications with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So to speak, we'll go around once like we did with the outdoor fire discussion. Councillor Frenier, then Councillor Keel, then Purcell.
So I'm looking at this, and it's going along McKay and then downtown line, which to me, that's a very heavily traveled road from McKay to River Road. Very congested. I was in discussions around election time with another councillor and a couple of people from the community that were talking about extending Paul Martin Drive straight through to Quarry Road. Because, you know, when you're coming into the city now, you can come down Paul Martin, there's a huge curve, and a lot of traffic travels down River Road, then cuts up Town Line. And we were saying, wouldn't it be nice, we should look at that from an aerial perspective of taking Paul Martin and driving it straight through to Quarry Road. So I'm looking at this aerial map. Would it not be better to take the ATVs down from Quarry Road, meet up with Paul Martin on that very curve? It's a much shorter path. They're not going down Town Line. They're not traveling down over River Road, that intersection. They're not going down Bennett. They're not coming. It's a much shorter path. So if I could just get your opinion on that. I know we own some of those lands, but they are industrial. So I'll just ask your comment.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, and I agree, we own some of those lands. The unfortunate part is we do not own all of them. The the owner of the lands that would basically stop that from happening is the same owner, if I understand correctly, the same owner that owns the lands that have created this coming forward. So the spur line and the rail bed just off of Bennett Street that the ATV Club can't use anymore is the same reason that we can't use the Quarry Road section. The Renfrew County ATV Club has approached that owner, from what I understand, and they cannot get permission to cross from Quarry Road to the unopened road allowance.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel, then Councillor Purcell.
Councillor Lafreniere stole some of my comments, in that I don't know that I like the idea of ATVs going through there for traffic reasons. The one thing that I also think that I missed was whether or not we've consulted with any of the residential neighborhoods on Town Line and Springfield Crescent, and I mean, these are the kinds of things that come back to, I think, bite councils in the rear end, particularly a lack of consultation. I think we should be avoiding wherever possible sending these things through any residential neighborhoods. Sometimes you don't have a choice, but this current route certainly would not minimize things. You know, Councillor, I think I'm more on board with Councillor Lafreniere's thoughts, and I think I see the old rail line that's causing the problem. I don't know what those discussions are. I don't know if maybe the ATV club needs to better negotiate, needs to put some more money on the table, or what the problem is with that other owner. But I don't necessarily know that makes it the residents' problem of Springfield Crescent and Town Line. As the current map is, I would oppose it quite strongly, actually.
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the Renfrew County ATV Club has been in discussions regarding alternate routes since those lands, the CN lands, were sold. And if I understand correctly, that's almost 2 years ago that those lands have been sold. They have been actively searching for a route to the south end. They did look at Quarry Road, across the old rail bed onto the unopened road allowance of Paul Martin Drive. We did discuss with them using Paul Martin Drive rather than Bennett Street and the Bennett Street Bridge. They had discussions with a couple of the property owners. On the drawing, I would say to the southeast of the red line, or the border of the city of Pembroke, through those farmers' fields, that's presently where the snowmobile trail goes right now. Property owners tend to be okay with snowmobiles in the wintertime going through their properties or adjacent to their properties. They're not real fond of it when it comes to ATVs, for a number of reasons that the ATV club could speak to better than I could. They have done a lot of work. We followed, in answer to your question whether or not we've spoken to any of the residents, no, we have not. We are following the same procedure we did when we approved the route from Bennett Street up through the industrial park the last time. So we're following the same procedure we did then. And this is coming before council with our assistance to try and help the ATV group and the ATV users, as well as the businesses in the south end, to maintain that tourism. So they have tried a number of different avenues to try and come up with another route, and at present this is the best route. I know the ATV club has been in front of council a number of times before talking about ATV use on the city streets, and I'm sure council is well aware that ATV use on the city street is just like any other vehicle. They follow all the rules of the Highway Traffic Act and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of like the route. I think it's, knowing, and as an ATVer myself, and knowing, trying to get from point A to point B ever since that closure, it makes it very difficult to connect to the trails. That being said, I'd like to see, some further progress in allowing ATVs to travel our roads to go to the trail. Because I think, trailering it one block away just to go to a trail, it doesn't make any sense to me, especially when it's licensed and you have the appropriate safety equipment on board to travel those routes. And it's just on the side of the road. So I think this is the best option for now, and I would actually support this.
We have the mayor and then Councillor Plummer.
Thank you. So I'll start with this, that yes, I'm aware that the ATV group has come to the city of Pembroke on a number of occasions to talk about the what it is that they do, the impact that they have. The difficulty we have is that we have certain businesses on that end of Pembroke as well that aren't connected to the system simply because of, and I know Mr. Lewis is trying to be careful about how it's being phrased, but there's certain landowners for whatever reason that aren't allowing the ATVs to be used on on those lands. Some seem to like snowmobiles, but not ATVs. To look at the route, the only area myself personally that causes me any concern would be the town line, and I'll say it that way because previously, the rail bed or spur or whatever you want to call it, as I understand it, the four-wheelers would come down and hit Bennett Street and then take Bennett Street, Upper Valley Drive, and make their way to the businesses off of Paul Martin. So all of that portion has previously been utilized. As far as I know, I don't recall the inspector ever raising any issues at the PSB meetings to say any concerns about it. In terms of McKay Street, the area of McKay Street that it's going through is not McKay and Pembroke Street, but it's a section that I'll call commercial with, not to pick on certain businesses or advertise for them, but Cassidy's and so forth. So they're bigger industrial types of businesses along there. So again, that section doesn't cause me any concerns. I often see in neighboring municipalities ATVs going down the side of the street. So the only street of any concern for myself is Town Line. And again, I'm taking staff indicating to us that they're following the rules of the road, and that's what they are to do. So in the grand scheme of things, in light of the fact that you have one business owner or one property owner that isn't allowing access through the route that is the obvious route to two council members and myself included, we're kind of stuck. And so how is it that you do you assist not only the club but the individuals and the business owners, which would be, I guess, Best Western, Holiday Inn, and truck stop and so forth. So so I would support what it is that's coming forward, simply because at this point in time I don't see any other solutions. It's not to say that the ATV group couldn't continue to lobby the one particular landowner, which I'll loosely call the farmer, and then there's the other one. They can continue to do so, but if in 2 years it hasn't been rectified, I don't see it being rectified anytime soon doing that.
Councillor Plummer?
Yes, echo a couple comments from the mayor, as the Bennett Street section for Upper Valley Drive has been already previously approved. That was a route. We are adding on the McKay and Town Line section as a new traveled road portion. The other thing with this, typically not being an ATVer like Councillor Purcell, I'm sure these don't travel typically at night, so these are a daytime travel. There's going to be generally good visibility. They need to obey the rules of the road at that point to travel these portions. Seeing no other route at this point in time, I'm in favor, but also will be reaching out to landowners personally to try and help the ATV to try and negotiate. And if a new route can be negotiated, I'm sure it'll come back to council possibly to cut that route off or shorten the route, hopefully to Quarry Road, which I think would be a better, a more viable route, and would take them off Town Line and Bennett. But at this stage in time, we have to vote. We can only vote on what we have presented in front of us. So I'm in favor of the plan we have in front of us, understanding that there is a better route if it can be negotiated in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Plummer. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the West End route, and the ATV Club called me tomorrow. So just comparing the Town Line Road portion of this route, I would loosely compare it to the West End, which is Lee Street. So presently we do have ATVs allowed on the city streets from our proposed stop-off area. I can't even remember what we're calling it. The trailhead. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The trailhead at the corner of Forest Road and Stewart Street. From that location on Forest Road to Lee Street down to Douglas down to the gas station there, as well as a route that allows the ATVs to get to Riverside Park. That's already an approved route, and I would compare this as far as traffic on residential area or heavily trafficked, similar to that. And I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If I could speak? So, it's the only route to support those businesses in the south, as has been talked about tonight. But hopefully the ATV club or yourself or someone can, is the idea of the ATV club to try and get Quarry Road access? Is that the idea?
The ATV club is still actively trying a better route. They want to stay off the roads just as much as we do.
Okay.
Councillor Purcell can probably echo this. ATVs don't like being on pavement. It's not great for the tires. And it's not necessarily what they're planning on doing. They like to be out in the country enjoying their
Right.
ATVing and not driving the road. So yes, they are still actively
Yeah.
pursuing
So,
alternate routes.
so it's, thank you. So it's kind of, you know, it's the only route we have now, but I hope that we can get that other Quarry Road punch through for the ATV group. You know, motorcycles are loud. I'm down at the waterfront quite a bit in the summer, and big motorbike comes through, and no more louder than an ATV, you know. So it's, I know Renfrew has the ATVs, and they've done well. They did it a one-year pilot project, but this is a bit different. This case, we're doing this section. So it's good to know that you're still negotiating another route, and I'm sure that the ATV club will be responsible on this route. You know, I don't want them going through residential, but this is the only other route to support those other businesses, so. Yes.
The Quarry Road option, we have the road allowance generally speaking, I believe. Are we just talking about the crossing of the old rail bed? Is that what's holding up everything?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's the crossing, but just keep in mind in that particular area, it's not just a rail bed. That was the old rail station, CN rail station years and years and years ago. So it's a significant crossing. So not just your standard 100-foot crossing. It's a little bit more, but yes, it is just that portion of the CN lands, the former CN lands that we're referring to.
Okay. So we've gone around once. We need a motion. If someone wants to make a motion, the mayor, seconder for the motion, Councillor Purcell. So
I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote, okay. So any more discussion? Yes, Councillor Frenier.
I would like to see the residents get a letter letting them know, and I think we need to publicize that
Yeah.
it's still not legal in the entire city, because if people start seeing ATVs traveling everywhere, they'll think, oh, you know, you're allowed to, because that can happen, and, you know. So I would really like to see the residents notified that are along that new trail.
I was going to say that too. Very
Thank you.
important. So we have a motion on the floor with the addition of a notification of the residents, and we've asked for a recorded vote. CEO, Deputy Clerk. The motion is to accept the recommended route for the ATVs.
With the addition of a letter being sent to the residents in the area, and that a bylaw be prepared and presented to council
Right.
at a future meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I could propose a possible motion to table that, would there be any thought from the rest of council as to whether we send out the notice and wait for feedback, or is this a timely matter, Mr. Lew? I mean, the idea of sending out the letter to the people is fine, but if we've already made our decision,
Yeah.
that could look.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe May 1st was the opening of ATVs on the Algonquin Trail. Users on the Algonquin Trail, if I can imagine someone coming from the Petawawa area, they're going to travel the Algonquin Trail to beyond the east end of the city of Pembroke, circle back around on the former CN rail there, end up at city limits and can't make it to these businesses in the west end, in the south end that they may want to get to. So timely in the sense that the ATVs are already moving.
Can I ask when this came to us, whether we're moving in a timely manner?
We've been working with the RC ATV Club and their local membership probably about 3 months now, trying to get through this, and been hoping that they would have been able to negotiate their deal with the farmer, as Mayor Gervais mentioned, or the other property owner, hoping that we would have a report that was coming through that we didn't need all of this route. So we have been working at this. Unfortunately, it's come to that time crunch where the ATVs want to start moving, and this is the only route that's available to us.
Point of information, can we add to the motion that our preference is for the Quarry Road route, that we urge we want the ATV club to continue negotiating? Would that be okay? Does council? No, I think it's important. Okay.
Did we provide letters to the residents on the Algonquin Trail portion that goes through downtown? Was that performed by the city of Pembroke? Or the county?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't answer to that. The
Okay.
Algonquin Trail, the work on the Algonquin Trail and along the Algonquin Trail was done through the former CAO at the time. So I was not involved deeply in that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, the mayor has a point of...
To Councillor Purcell's point, what about on I understand where Councillor Purcell's coming from, on the west end, when we approved it to go from the trailhead to wherever it was, Lee Street and Riverside, was there any public consultation then?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was not. It was similar to what we're doing right now. We came forward with a route that was discussed between city staff and the ATV club. We presented it, and it was approved.
Okay, so we have a... Okay, this is a very important issue, so I'm going to allow Councillor Purcell and then Keel to speak.
Point of order, could I get the reading of the motion that we're currently?
Yeah, well, Councillor Purcell wanted to comment.
Actually, my motion takes, my
Okay,
point of order
go
takes
ahead.
precedent. The motion that we're currently debating.
That the Finance and Administration Committee recommends changes to the permitted prescribed route of travel as presented be made to Schedule A of Bylaw 2017-69, regulate and govern the operation of all-terrain, multipurpose, and recreational off-road vehicles within the city of Pembroke. We added in that we urge the Renfrew County ATV Club to continue working to amend the route, and that a letter be sent to the residents in the area, and that a bylaw be prepared and presented to council at a future meeting.
Okay, so no more comments? Okay, yes.
I did not support when it went through the West End without a letter to the residents either, but it did go through. I suggest that we put a timeline on this and maybe approve it for this year, just to put a little more pressure on those negotiations to continue. So that would be my suggestion, or I will not be supporting the motion.
I would second such an amendment.
So the amendment, is that okay with the mover? The 1 year stipulation? Okay. Is that okay? Okay. That's what Renfrew did. Okay, we have a 1 year time period, pilot project on this. Can you read the motion, Deputy Clerk?
Recommends changes to the permitted prescribed route of travel as presented be made to Schedule A of Bylaw 2017-69, regulate and govern the operation of all-terrain, multipurpose, and recreational off-road vehicles within the city of Pembroke for a 1 year period. And we urge the Renfrew County ATV Club to continue working to amend the route, that a letter be sent to the residents in the area, and that a bylaw be prepared and presented to council at a future meeting.
Okay. You still want a recorded vote?
I'll withdraw my request for
Withdraw request, okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, unanimous, carried. Next item, item G, town line lift station electrical service upgrades. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department provides the following report for information purposes. The department has awarded the Town Line Lift Station Electrical Service Upgrades Contract Number 22-010 to Frank's Electric in the amount of $360,000 plus HST, Frank's Electric being the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The contract was publicly advertised and tendered. 5 bids were received. Tenders were opened at after 2 p.m. on April 3rd, 2023, and they were evaluated by the city's deputy treasurer, purchasing manager, and the manager of operations. Power and Controls Engineering Limited, the design consultant for the project, reviewed and analyzed the bids. Tenders were opened publicly and broadcast virtually with bidders in attendance. All bidders were provided with the unofficial bid opening results following the tender. Bids were received as follows: Frank's Electric, $361,000. Bonisher Excavating Inc., $626,005. JWK Utilities and Site Services at $626,332.62. Black & McDonald, $673,063.37. And Modern Niagara, Ottawa at $851,295. As part of the 2023 capital budget, a budget of $900,000 was identified for the Town Line Lift Station electrical service upgrades, which is included with the debt financing for the ongoing Town Line Force Main Twinning project. Project costs as tendered for the Town Line Lift Station electrical service upgrades, including the design, contract administration, construction, the transformer supply contract, which has already been awarded, additional expenditures, and the net HST total $732,013.30. The above includes the award of contract administration services to Ainley Graham and Associates, project consultant, and their electrical sub-consultant, Power and Controls Engineering. As mentioned, this report is provided for information purposes, but I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions? No questions, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We welcome Treasurer Ms. Lachty. Welcome tonight. You have 3 items on the agenda. First one being the Town Line Force Main Twinning debenture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the recommendation is that the Finance and Administration Committee recommend to authorize a revision to the city's debenture process with Infrastructure Ontario to finance the Town Line Force Main project over a 15-year term based on a revised loan requirement of $9.5 million, and that if still required, a separate Infrastructure Ontario loan application and process for the Moffat Street storm sewer site remediation work be submitted at a later date. So some background on this. At the May 3rd, 2022 meeting of the Finance and Admin Committee, committee did approve a debenture financing from Infrastructure Ontario for the Town Line Force Main project for a 15-year term based on a loan requirement of $7.9 million. So this recommendation was in step with the tender award of construction to BEI. And the revised application and associated paperwork was delayed due to lame duck following this meeting. So at the December 13th, 2022 meeting of combined committee approved the addition of $1.2 million to this loan related to the award of Moffat Street Storm Sewer Outfall Number 27 reconstruction to BEI. So there have been complications in the implementation of both projects, so I have been waiting for the award of the electrical contract, for which was just presented, to complete the paperwork. So the Town Line Force Main project has experienced several issues, which includes a force main hit and the requirement to drill through more rock than originally anticipated, which has significantly increased the potential final cost of this project. In terms of the Moffat Street project, it has experienced mobilization issues with gaining access to property that's required to complete the work. So this project is currently being rescoped to a site remediation only project. and there is an alternate storm sewer project under consideration, which would be presented in future budget years. So given these complications, it is recommended to separate these projects into two potential loan applications if still required. And we are waiting for a revised costing on the Moffett Street site remediation at this time. So based on the project information provided by the Operations Department, revised project costs for the Town Line Force Main Twinning and Electrical Upgrades project is outlined in my report, with a total cost upwards of $10.5 million, a forecasted net cost of debenture of $9.2 million, rounded for loan paperwork to $9.5 million. And this, it's important to note that the revised project cost still includes a contingency of $567,913. So in terms of financial implications, based on an April 13th loan rate of 4.25% and a repayment period of 15 years, the annual debenture payments would increase to $832,345. So the actual loan rate and associated payment would only be determined at the time of debenture once the project is complete. And at that time, I will review financing alternatives in light of higher interest rates that we're experiencing at this time. So funding for the Town Line Force Main repayment would be derived from future sewer rate increases. Per MMAH, the city's 2023 annual debt repayment limit is currently sitting at just over at $9,275,807. If we were to approve this revised loan, the revised annual debt repayment limit would be changed to $8,443,462. So based on the 2021 financial information return, this would put the city in a moderate level of risk as it relates to debt servicing costs of this revised debt application. Thank you.
Questions, motions? Councillor Frenier?
Just clarification. So the Moffett Street storm sewer reconstruction was 1.2 million, but we're looking at it now, we're gonna have to change the scope of the work, but we're gonna keep that money in the budget, right? And we're gonna proceed with the town line. Is that what I'm hearing?
So the Moffett Street had a higher budget, which included a component to be included in the loan. So we're currently reassessing how much funding that project really needs, given that we're significantly downsizing the scope of that project. So we are waiting to hear back from the engineering consultant and BEI to come up with a revised cost estimate, and we may be able just to finance that internally. So we'll have to see what the final report comes back.
Okay, thank you.
If we do need, if we still need some loan financing, that will come back in a future report to council.
Councillor Keel?
So the Moffett Street project, if I'm not mistaken, came to us at our December meeting, which was essentially my first real council meeting. Not that the inaugural meeting wasn't a real meeting, but the first meeting of substance. It was essentially described to us at that time as being an emergent issue. That it was supposed to start, I think, at the beginning of January. And then at the end of April is when I first get a report saying things aren't going as planned. I would like somebody to speak as to what the problems were, and is it not emergent anymore, or you know, I'm not accusing staff of anything, but, you know, when it was described as emergent, and then several months later is the first time I'm hearing that we haven't even started, it doesn't leave the best feeling in my mind.
So we'll have Councillor Plummer, Chair of Operations, comment.
So with that project, currently there, what's happened is that outlet has collapsed. We were told there's collapsed. It's a project that needs to be completed and still does. What the city has done, it's been done a diversion currently right now, jumping the stormwater into the sanitary sewer as a temporary stop. So what's that's done, that's alleviated the issue of further slope instability, and then that way that's kind of stopped that moment. So as a temporary fix, it's working. Is it going to last forever? Should we be continue to do that? No, because now we're putting stormwater into our sanitary sewer and then now processing that water, and that's not the proper thing to do. That's why we have storm sewers and we have sewer systems. Currently, right now, the idea now, we were unable, how do I word this? The project was supposed to use existing land that was going to be a laydown site to then use that to then access below. Because the slope is so steep, we need to bench our way down. So in fact, you couldn't reach the bottom from the top. You had to use land, bench your way down to get to the bottom, do the work, and then you would, if you remember the presentation, it was like a stepped all the way up. So that, to do that, we had to acquire land. Simply said, the city couldn't acquire the land that's needed because it's owned by private landowner, and then to expropriate, we'd be years down the road. We could be in court here and there. So that's, then we're, as a fix, we do need to get this fixed, but that way the original plan is not going to happen because simply we just couldn't acquire the land. So now the new plan is to go back to the contractor and try and rework the storm sewer to bring it then down towards Mary and then connect to existing storm sewer that way. As far as that is concerned, that's the negotiation with our operations and the existing contractor. It's not going back out for tender because we have a contract with BEI. We were just changing the scope of work. So now with the change of scope of work, we have to wait for the contractor to work with our director of operations to understand how we can make that happen in a timely fashion, understanding that we can't do plan A, now we're on plan B. So I hope that gives you some more insight into what's going on.
Thank you, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to entertain a motion to accept the $9.5 million debenture, 15-year payment? Moved by Councillor Frenier, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Further discussion? Those in favor? Accepted. Thank you. Item I, procurement policy, professional services. Please note that the mayor has left the table, as he declared a conflict of interest earlier. Ms. Lodgety.
Thank you. So tonight, feedback is required from the Finance and Administration Committee regarding proposed wording changes, which I will go over in a minute. So based on this feedback, a bylaw would be brought forward at a future meeting of council for adoption. So at the April 18th regular meeting of council, the CAO was instructed to prepare an amendment to the procurement bylaw limiting professional service contract awards to no more than 5 years. So as a result, the following changes and comments are presented for discussion with committee. And I have provided a copy of the city's current procurement bylaw. So proposed change number 1 is to add a section called recurring consultant or professional services, which would essentially state that the term of contract for consultant services or professional services may not exceed a period of 5 years without the formal approval of council. So there may be situations where a 5-year term may not be sufficient, and if this was the case, then council approval would be required. And here I'm thinking of, there might be sometimes like with the management of Festival Hall or there may be some situations where we would want to entertain more than 5 years, but a formal report to council would be required to get permission. Item number 2 for consideration in the existing procurement bylaw is auditing services, which currently falls under section 2.45. And this section states that the CAO can seek a proposal from the current auditor for continued service, which, if found acceptable by the CAO, can be brought forward to council for consideration. So this wording could either be kept or removed up to feedback from committee. Right now, a report does have to go forward to council, and then that gets considered with a yes or no. And if it's a no, then it would have to go out to tender. Item number 3 falls under Appendix B, goods and services exempt from provisions of the procurement policy. So here it is proposed to remove under Section 2, professional and special services, item K, legal fees. So a few other things to consider. Since the issue of transparency was raised at the last meeting, it should be noted that in the 2022 bylaw update that we did, an accessibility provision was added to help address accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act and the city's ability to post studies and reports on our website. So what's happened historically in the past is that reports and studies have been provided by consultants, which unfortunately are in a non-accessible format, which we can then not post on our website without remediation. And remediating these documents can be quite costly. And at this time, we only have a limited budget for these types of professional services directed at, complex internally generated documents. So as an example of this, the 2023 budget presentation that I prepared cost the city $926 to make this one document accessible to be able to put it on the website. So to help address this issue moving forward, a provision was added to the 2022 procurement bylaw, which states that where the procured scope of work includes the provision of communication materials to be provided to the general public, it is the responsibility of the bidder and supplier or contractor to provide this information in an accessible format which complies with public sector AODA standards. So now that we have this wording in the procurement bylaw, it now has to be actually added to the city's RFP documents moving forward. So the Treasury Department has planned to deliver procurement training shortly, and we will be including this, raising this point as well, to make sure that moving forward we are thinking about this requirement and making sure that it is in our documents. And I am happy to say that the Active Living Master Plan will have this wording in it, so we will be able to post it. So the province requires us to have information posted on our website in an accessible format. As part of our new website, which we rolled out last year, we did update what staff felt were critical information for the website, but there's certainly a lot more information that could be posted on our website if we're willing to pay to remediate the documents. So if council would like certain historical reports posted on the city's website, staff can obtain cost estimates for this work, and we can present this information at a future meeting of council. So we would just need direction from council on, which reports is felt really should be on our website. So a couple of other points. At the last meeting, there was a discussion about a 5-year transition period for existing professional service providers. So this is something that would be included in the bylaw itself and not the policy. As stated by Ms. Sorial earlier this evening, typically in municipalities, sale of land is its own bylaw and not included in the procurement bylaw. And as well, so there is a section in the city's procurement bylaw that discusses the disposal of surplus goods, not goods and land. And the disposal of surplus goods is a process that's managed by the procurement office, essentially, of the city. And we are currently working on one that we hope to issue later this summer for surplus goods. And it also should be finally noted that the procurement policy is fully reviewed every 5 years. And this is something that did occur in 2022. And that has included a full legal review of wording. So I'll just pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Lochley, for coming forward with these changes. So we'll go around once. We'll have Councillor Keel speak first. Feedback?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This looks fantastic, and the fact that you were able to put this together in 2 weeks certainly speaks to, I was about to say professionalism. I know our staff is professional, but your ability to think quick on your feet and get things done. My only issue was going to be that transition period, but you just addressed that in your oral remarks. I think what is presented here certainly makes sense to me. It's certainly acceptable to me. Item number 1 is what we asked for last week. The auditing services, well, I guess you tweaked it a little to say 5 years without the formal approval of council. I certainly have no issue that if something is brought before us and we as a council decide to go longer than 5 years, that at least puts the power in our hands to make that consideration, which is not something that we currently had. So with that little caveat, I can tell you that I'm perfectly happy with that. I think the reason you mentioned item number 2 is because it has a similar caveat. Again, same comment, perfectly happy with it. The exempt goods, I think we would have to remove legal fees from that particular list. Otherwise, I don't think the other sections of the policy would apply to legal fees, which was the whole purpose of our of what we were looking for 2 weeks ago. And I think if you strangely enough, if you look at the list, legal fees in K is actually at the very end, and it's quite distinct and different from every other thing in the list. The fact that it's a purchase service that we're looking for from a third party. I can't specifically remember what the other items in the list were, but I remember when I looked at them, I thought, well, those make sense that they would be exempted. But this is just a normal everyday service that we go out and that we would go out and purchase. So in that sense, item number 3 makes sense to me, and the AODA stuff. I would probably say that. I think our current course of action, which is to move forward and be better. Certainly, if anyone were to ask us for any specific document or desire any specific historical document, I'm sure that it's our current practice to try and assist them with that. So I don't know if financially we would be benefiting the residents of the city of Pembroke if we were starting to make accessible historical documents that nobody's looking for. So I think our current track is perfectly acceptable to me, with the future track being the one that is the most important.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Frenier?
Very briefly, yes, I agree with Councillor Keel. I know I had made a request not long ago, and you had said, well, I could go into the basement and start digging through boxes, and I said, no, that's quite all right. So I agree. Within reason. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell?
Yeah, thank you for the great work. I'm talking a lot about transparency and accountability lately, and I really took it to heart in terms of coming back this quickly after last week's or 2 weeks ago that we had this conversation in regards to the lack of transparency and accountability and also accessibility. I'm glad to hear that the accessibility piece is being looked at, and that if there are formats that are more acceptable to the city, that they're contracted with the contractor. So I like to hear that. Also, I guess there's great opportunity for us to really kind of look at, what is an important document to be put on the website and what is not. I know that we were about 90% compliant in terms of IOTA based on, I guess, the recent audit assessment that was performed on our tool or on our website. So we got a little bit of work to do there, but I think we're moving in the right direction, and I thank you for your efforts. And this is very reasonable. In fact, I have to go back and reword some of my motion at the council meeting tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. Any comments from Councillor Giacono?
I'm good.
Councillor Plummer?
I agree with what's been stated tonight. I think it's a great rework of the future bylaw.
So coming from the chair, I accept all the changes, and once again, thank you for coming up with this. And we talked about it at our finance meeting the other day, Councillor Giacono and I. Yes?
Just a point of clarification, do you want me to keep the auditing section that's in the bylaw right now, or remove it?
Councillor Keel?
My thought was that it was fine, because again, I thought you included it because it might extend beyond 5 years, but it has to come back before council. The back before council thing makes it perfectly acceptable to me.
Just getting written down, a lot of paperwork to go through here. Next item, we have transit update.
So this report is presented for information purposes.
Just a record that the mayor has come back to the table. Welcome. Transit update, Ms. Lutchty.
Thank you. So this report is presented for information purposes. So on April 14th, I met with the Executive Committee and the Director of Operations to discuss and review a draft of the Request for Information, RFI I-23-01, point-to-point on-demand transit system pilot project, Pembroke on Demand. So thank you to our Deputy Mayor. He was able to obtain some RFI examples from British Columbia, which was very helpful in developing an RFI for the city process. So feedback was received from this group and incorporated into a final version of the document. So a formal RFI for transit is scheduled to be issued later this week on Thursday, May 4th, with a closing date of June 1st. So this RFI seeks information on the interest, availability, potential scale of costs, mobilization period, and lead time requirements as it relates to project management and consulting services, contracted transit service providers, transit vehicle options, and transit software. So following this process, a report will be brought back to the Finance and Administration Committee for further discussion. And this discussion will include whether or not the city would like to submit a formal grant application to the FCM Green Municipal Fund to help fund a transit pilot project, which, if approved, could provide funding of up to $500,000.
Thank you, Ms. Lutchty. And just a point of information, I want to commend you and your department. This came up a while ago. We made the last term of council made the motion for the RFI, and then you were short-staffed, so you were running between two buildings for a few months. So that's why it's taken such a long time, and so we appreciate the professionalism and the effort of you and your staff. And it's not an easy task, and to come up with these transit RFIs, as my experience shows. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? We are adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for May 2nd, 2023. At this time, I would ask everyone to please stand for a moment for open prayer and or reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening as part of our council meeting? Seeing none. For minutes, we have regular meeting of council April 18th. I'd entertain a motion for their adoption. I have Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? That is carried. Adopting minutes from committee meetings, we have Planning and Development Committee, April 4th, 2023. I have Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor, that's carried. Next set of minutes is Finance and Administration Committee, April 4th, 2023. I have moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you. Under staff and committee reports, we have an operations committee report coming forward. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Worship. The Operations Committee Council begs to report and recommends for this meeting held this evening as follows. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Giacono, that RFP number P23-03 for design build contract for garage construction be awarded for Thomas Cavanaugh Construction for the estimated contract value of $1,385,999 plus HST.
Thank you. Operations Committee of Council begging to report from its meeting held this evening. Moved by Councillor Plummer, second by Councillor Giacono. RFP P23-03 for design and build contract for garage construction be awarded to Thomas Cavanaugh Construction. Estimated contract value $1,385,999. Having just been discussed this evening, call the question. Those in favor, and that is carried. Thank you. This evening, we have three proclamations. The first proclamation is by virtue of power invested in me, I do hereby declare May 2023 as Community Living Month in the City of Pembroke, whereas Community Living Ottawa Valley is a nonprofit organization governed by a board of directors established in 1958 and is a member of Community Living Ontario. It has approximately 200 members representing communities in Upper Ottawa Valley and provides services and supports to adults with intellectual disabilities. And whereas the Community Living Upper Ottawa Valley's goal and vision statement that all persons live in a state of dignity, share in all elements of living in the community, and have an opportunity to participate effectively, advances and educates citizens of all communities. And whereas Community Living Upper Ottawa Valley remains true to its vision, foreseeing a society where all legal and human rights are afforded to every citizen without discrimination, and where everyone is supported in their efforts to become a participating, respected member of our society. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Gerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, proclaim May 2023 as Community Living Month in the City of Pembroke. Each year, Community Living Upper Ottawa Valley strives to raise awareness and educate people throughout the Ottawa Valley regarding the importance of individuals with intellectual disabilities benefiting from full citizenship in their community. City of Pembroke is proud to fly the flag in the month of May, and it is already displayed. The next proclamation is that I, by the virtue of the power vested in me, I do hereby declare May 2023 as Falun Dafa Month in the City of Pembroke, whereas Falun Dafa, also known as Falun Gong, is a peaceful self-improvement practice rooted in ancient Chinese culture and centers around the universal principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance, and consists of 5 gentle exercises, including meditation. And whereas Falun Dafa was first introduced by Master Li Hong Zi in 1992 and has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to improve health in mind, body, and spirit, and to enhance the well-being of people from all walks of society who follow the tenets. And whereas transcending culture and racial boundaries, Falun Dafa has touched the lives of more than 100 million people in over 114 countries. More women and men in Canada are learning the practice and purifying their hearts, energizing their bodies, and striving to create a more peaceful community. And whereas under the grave adversity, the great compassion and forbearance demonstrated by Falun Dafa practitioners have touched the hearts of kind-hearted people all over the world. And whereas Falun Dafa practitioners in the communities across Canada celebrate Falun Dafa Day on May 13th, and this year marks its monumental 31st anniversary. Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 to be observed as Falun Dafa Month in the City of Pembroke. I further urge all citizens to open their hearts to celebrate the Falun Dafa Month and all civic, social organizations and business establishments to give this celebration the greatest possible support. Falun Dafa Day is May 13th. Of particular note to myself is the indication in this proclamation that transcending culture and racial boundaries, Falun Dafa has touched the lives of more than 100 million people in over 114 countries. More men and women in Canada are learning the practice of purifying their hearts, energizing their bodies, and striving to create more peaceful communities. The flag will be flown on May 13th in honor of this day. The third proclamation for this evening pertains to Emergency Preparedness Week. I do hereby declare the week of May 7th through 13th, 2023 as Emergency Preparedness Week in the City of Pembroke. Whereas the City of Pembroke recognizes the importance of emergency management in Ontario, and whereas the goal of Emergency Preparedness Week is to raise community awareness and the need to prepare for the possibility of an emergency, and whereas the safety of our community is the responsibility of each and every one of us, and we must prepare now and learn how to secure a strong and healthy tomorrow. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, proclaim the week of May 7th through to the 13th as Emergency Preparedness Week in the City of Pembroke, and encourage all citizens and businesses to prepare and know your risk. This will help the community to become more aware of the importance of planning ahead and preparing for unexpected situations. Emergency Preparedness Week is May 7th through the 13th. As indicated in the proclamation, the onus is on each and every one of us. Please consider purchasing an emergency kit, water, and/or other required items to make sure that you are prepared. It is not enough to rely on the various levels of government, but rather to prepare ourselves. Bylaws 2023-34, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2023-34, bylaw to establish fees and charges on persons for payment of municipal services, activities, and use of municipal property for the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation.
The Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer, bylaw 2023-34, bylaw to establish fees and charges on persons for payment of municipal services, activities, and use of municipal property for the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the Corporation. Deputy Mayor?
This was brought up earlier during the committee level.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor?
Comments?
Sorry?
Comments on the motion?
Sure, sorry.
My only comment is that on page 1 of Schedule A, the miscellaneous section is listed twice. I'm assuming in error, at least in our council agenda.
Okay, so the one that's been presented by the clerk has Schedule A only once that I can see, so it must have been corrected I don't... Okay, another section. Tax certificates. Okay. So what about a motion to approve the bylaw with the deletion of one of the miscellaneouses? You're bringing it forward, Deputy Mayor. Are you good with that?
Yeah, that's fine, the change, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll call the question. Those in favor with that amendment, and that is carried. Thank you. We'll change that. Next, bylaw 2023-35, appointment of bylaw enforcement officers. Councillor Jack now.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2023-35 being a bylaw to appoint municipal bylaw enforcement officers for the city of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by his worship and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation, and awaiting your signature, your worship.
Moved by Councillor Jacquino, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Bylaw 2023-35, being a bylaw to appoint municipal bylaw enforcement officers for the city of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Jacquino.
Thank you, your worship. We welcome Emma Stack. Thank you.
Call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next, we have motions and bylaws. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, your worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Keel. In regards to transparency and accountability are essential to good governance in Ontario municipalities. It's the responsibility of the municipal council to ensure that all processes and procedures are transparent and accountable, and that the current procedural bylaw, the procurement bylaw, including the sale of surplus lands, and the appearance before council bylaw may not adequately ensure transparency and accountability. And whereas updates and revisions to the bylaws may be necessary to address any gaps and deficiencies and ensure that they align with best practices for transparency and accountability in municipal governments. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Council, the City of Pembroke Council directs staff to undertake a review of the procedural bylaw, the procurement bylaw, including sale of surplus lands, and appearance before council bylaw to identify any areas that may require updating or revisions to increase transparency and accountability. Be it further resolved that staff be directed to consult with stakeholders, including residents, community groups, businesses, to gather input and feedback on any proposed revisions to these bylaws. Be further resolved that staff be directed to provide a report to council outlining any proposed revisions to the procedural bylaw, the procurement bylaw, including sale of surplus lands, and the appearance before council bylaw that would increase transparency, accountability, along with the associated implementation costs. Be it further resolved that the council directs staff to implement any approved revisions to the procedural bylaw, the procurement bylaw, including sale of lands, and appearance before council bylaw as soon as possible, and that staff provide regular updates to council on the progress of the implementation. So, can I give a little background, your worship? As you're well aware, 2 weeks ago I talked a little bit about transparency and accountability, and we all know what transpired at that council meeting, and our procedural bylaw really needs to be looked at, and really allowing the opportunity for timelines to be met. I know that there was some discussions in regards to electronic participation timelines not being met and those kinds of things. That was not the intent. The intent is to kind of look at the procedural bylaw to make those improvements, allowing even people to appear before council to meet those timelines, the posting timelines of the agenda. 2 weeks ago, the agenda went out 2 hours before the open meeting. That does not allow appropriate time for individuals to contact the CAO and to make the necessary arrangements to participate in maybe in a meeting that's going to impact their day-to-day lives because of a bylaw that's being passed. So I think it's an opportunity to increase the transparency piece. I think also we have the opportunity to look at incorporating, any additional clarity in terms of how this council operates in the procedural bylaw. And all I'm asking is that we send these things out. We talked a little bit tonight about the procurement bylaw and the sale of surplus lands. We're in the right step, right? We're moving forward in terms of addressing those issues. Now what we need to do is really look at the procedural bylaw. So what I'm asking is that we look at the procedural bylaw and make those necessary revisions and changes, increasing transparency and accountability for everyone, and allowing the timelines to allow participation in open meetings, allowing councillors to participate in regards to fictitious timelines and those kinds of things. We need to really look at the timelines and making sure that it meets everybody's requirements. So thank you.
I guess I'll speak briefly. One of the things, I guess, that did shock me when getting on council was, in fact, the lack of transparency. And you know, going around door to door, and I know I won't get as easy a ride the next time should I choose to go for it. But you often heard the claim, you know, it's just an old boys club. Now, they might want to have looked around the table because there was 2 females on the last council. You know, but they're in it for themselves. They're all friends. I mean, I'm sure we've all heard those, and certainly, you know, certainly we're not the only jurisdiction where that's what politics gets you. But then when you get here, and you know, even ourselves, we don't know what's going to be on the agenda until Friday before the Tuesday, and then we're all rushing and calling each other and trying to figure things out, and you know, trying to get a phone call into staff either Friday afternoon or Monday. Certainly the people, and I know Councillor Purcell's brought this up before, if someone wanted to bring a delegation before us on a matter that was before us, they're supposed to advise City Hall by Wednesday that they want to appear on Tuesday. But they don't even know what's on the agenda until it goes out on Friday. Well, I guess it's supposed to go out on Friday. So there are certain aspects of this that, you know, I remember actually when and perhaps this might take Councillor Jacquinot back a little bit, but they used to, at every meeting, they would suspend a certain procedural rule to pass something first, second, and third time. And I remember at one point, well, this is where I'm going to end up being called a geek, asking City Hall for a copy of the bylaw because I wanted to know what they kept suspending. And they were suspending the rule that a bylaw back then shouldn't just come before council and suddenly be passed. And, you know, the purpose of bringing stuff, and even with our committees, the purpose of bringing stuff forward is usually supposed to be that the public can know what we're doing before we finish doing it. And I honestly find it a little shocking that the majority of stuff that we do, we find out about it on Friday, then Tuesday it shows up in committee, later Tuesday night we pass the bylaw, it's said and done. And even if a member of the public wanted to comment on it, my question is, when are they supposed to? And then let's stretch that out a little bit. Let's say a member of the public says, hey, I just saw you pass this bylaw last night. And, you know, I don't like it. And you talk to the councillor, and you talk to another councillor, and maybe the councillor goes, wow, I didn't really think of that. You need a 2/3 vote to bring it back. So, and I'm not saying that that's not an improper procedure. I'm saying that there's just certain timelines, and there's certain things, and there's certain documents that when we put them out, we have some very engaged citizens in the city of Pembroke. In fact, they're quite possibly a bit more engaged on some issues on some issues than others. But we have to give time for feedback. We have to, even ourselves. I mean, when something's on the agenda, you know, there's things that I'd like to consult a bit more with people on. You know, I would have loved, to be completely honest with you, and I thought about it, going up and down town line, because what's one of the things we all hear during campaign time? We only come when it's election time. And I thought, well, this would be a time for me to walk up and down town line and say, no, I don't. But I'll be honest with you, between Friday and today, I didn't have time to go walk up and down town line to consult with them about this issue. And the worst part of this, in my opinion, is I think I foresee what the argument's going to be, which is that if we extend things, it's just going to take longer. If we allow for public input, they're just going to bear us down. If we table something, well, now it's just going to be on another agenda. And I got to tell you, that's the point of what we're saying, is to allow for the people to possibly comment, to allow for the news media to get out what's going on at council so that if somebody has an issue, they can bring it back to all of us. So I'm not saying that this is going to change overnight, and I realize that, I know I'm talking about a lot of practices that have been done here for many, many years. And I'm sorry to tell you that I don't care how many years they've been going on. If there's a reason for it, I'd love to hear the logic, and I'd love to hear the argument. And there's going to be urgent things, and there's going to be emergent things. But there are other things that, like I said, I was a little surprised when I got here how from Friday to Tuesday we changed the world here in Pembroke. And, you know, those kinds of things, they do actually bother me. The way that we treat committees, I mean, they're committees of the whole. I have no earthly idea why. The entire purpose of a committee is to be a subset of people that goes out and looks at something, studies it, and comes back to the whole with an agreement. I put this in an email, I think, to the mayor earlier on. I don't know why we don't just get rid of the committees and just have a 3-hour-long council meeting. We don't need, I mean, other than giving the mayor a bit of a break from chairing, there's no point in us having these committee meetings right before council. And then, I mean, there was one point in December, this was when I realized how weird this is. We had a caucus meeting where we got a report that went to a committee meeting where we got practically the same report, which went to a council meeting where we talked about the report and voted on the report. I mean, Councillor Lafreniere earlier was talking about us spending a lot of times in meetings. I got to tell you, having that 3 times in one night was nonsensical. It wasn't needed. So I said to the mayor, you know, perhaps we get rid of the committees and just go straight into council so that we can do something once without bringing it back later in the night. I realize that for some people, they might say, well, geez, Ian, it sounds like if you get rid of my committee, I might lose my chair allowance or my vice chair allowance. But I said to the mayor, I don't want everything on his shoulders. We could still have department liaisons. I could be the vice liaison to planning, along with Councillor Giacono being the liaison with the planning department. When planning items come up on the agenda, Councillor Giacono as chair can present those items to the council. In that respect, the only thing the mayor would be doing is if there's, I guess, a point of order or something like that. So I guess there are ways that we can change things, and I think early on in this council, I think there's been a lot of animosity. I once said to Councillor Lafreniere back in January that when I first got here in December, I got to tell you, this was the least welcoming group that I've ever jumped into. And my honest feeling at that time was that you're new, and quite frankly, Councillor Keel, we would have been more happy if the 2 vacant seats would have just stayed vacant so that we can continue on doing our business. That's honestly how I felt. Because the idea that there could possibly be change, the idea that when you say something, someone else doesn't take offense to go, well, that's how we do it. It must be correct. It must be the best way of doing it. That's how I was feeling in December. Now I got to tell you, budget was great. And I thought budget, and I mean, to be honest, we were here, I think, for 3 out of 5 days. I think perhaps almost like a little retreat. I think we got to know each other a little better and negotiate with each other and start to figure things out. So all I'm going to say, and I think I've expanded a bit more than Councillor Purcell's motion, is on the issue of transparency, I do think that we could do better. In terms of our procedures, I do think that we could do better. And I'll continue when I see things to suggest change. And I think that there's times where change might be good. There's times, and I think people must think that Councillor Lafreniere and I have a lot of animosity. Councillor Lafreniere and I talk about a lot of the issues that are before us, and quite frankly, I think on most issues, we actually agree more than the ones that we don't. But when it comes to our procedures and when it comes to things like that, I do think that we can do better. I think that change is good. And I'll support Councillor Purcell's motion that the staff look at things and look for ways that maybe we can do better. But I would also encourage everyone around the table to open their minds and think about different things. And you know, when I throw something out there and there's an argument against it, there's some people at this table that know that I've changed my mind on some things. I'm not afraid of debate, but at the same time, you know, the public can and should be involved in some of that debate. And I think what Councillor Purcell was pointing out is that some of our procedures and some of our practices, probably because of expediency, we've cut them out perhaps a little more than I think we should have.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono?
Your Worship, I certainly can sympathize with comments from my venerable, did I say vulnerable? I didn't mean vulnerable, I meant venerable colleague. If we had the same budget that the Liberal government had, and ran a multi-billion-dollar deficit every election, we would have a tremendous number of staff to do the job that's required. And I'm not trying to say that staff is not working hard. I think they're overworked. There's limited budget, to do what needs to be done. And yet we're asking them constantly, get this to us quicker, let us know in advance. And I mean, it's a manpower resource thing. And I'm a little hurt. Honestly, I'm hurt that you don't think that we, as previous councillors, are transparent or accountable. I think I'm the most transparent person you'll ever meet. I mean, if I was more transparent, I'd be a piece of plastic. You could see right through me. I've worked very hard, other members of council, and you're the new people. And to say that you felt ostracized by being here, I never felt that. I think, the first meeting of council, which was our inaugural, I think that kind of set the tone that, that when I say you, I mean we as a council should be accountable to people. That's our role. But the inference is that we're not, and I take exception to that, because I work very hard. And I mean, it isn't just today. Like I'm like you and you and you. You're on the phone. You're, his worship. I know he's. I don't know how he survives it this long. And I mean, all the different things that come at you, from right, left, and center. And I'm not a big Facebook fan because I think those people, a lot of them are trolls. They sit in the basement. They can type whatever they want about your character, and when you want to contact them, they won't talk to you. Now, if you have a problem with me, phone me, email me. But don't take me to the bottom of the pit without speaking to me, about knowing who I am or what I do, and I take exception to that. But I will agree with looking at the proposed bylaw, because I think I'm transparent and I'm open and I'm accountable. And to say that we have not been, I think is sort of a slur to us and to the staff, because they work very hard. You look around, you see a new Algonquin College here. You see all this growth. You had a call center. People were working for 20 years, and it wasn't because no one was accountable. We were busting our butt to make sure that things happen within the community. You got a $40 million edifice sitting on the shores of the Ottawa River. We have 200 international students from all around the world. I think you got to look at that in perspective. Say, you know what? Those guys must have did something, and so anyway, I will go along with the bylaw because I believe in growth and inner reflection, but I take it a little personally when you say that we're not accountable or transparent, because I think we are. Thank you.
Other members want to speak to this motion? Deputy Mayor?
So I'm the type of guy that listens and open to change. That's fine. And if you didn't feel welcome, then I don't know. I thought we were kind to you when you joined, and you and I get along fine. We're not going to agree on everything. Anything that's said at the table, we leave the room, we shake hands, right? We're professional. The council committee structure has been in existence for years. Councillor Giacono and I, I'm chair of finance, he's vice chair. We meet on a regular basis with the treasurer before every meeting to get things done. I know Councillor Plummer does, as well as the mayor with Mr. Lewis. It's always been that way. It's been effective. But I'm willing to look at different ways we can improve things. One thing we need to improve is notices of motion. We didn't get this notice of motion. I had to ask for it via email, and I got it this afternoon. And so that's one thing we have to improve.
On purpose.
Okay, on purpose? Why would that be on purpose?
Because the week prior, 2 weeks prior, when
Okay.
I actually provided my motion,
So-
it was circled around and people were having No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk
Anyhow,
to this.
I'll continue
People were
speaking.
having discussions in terms of how to shoot
I'll
that
continue
down,
speaking.
even going to the, to his, to
Can't
the
have both
lengths,
of you speaking
even
at
going
the
to the
same
lengths
time,
in
though.
terms, in terms of,
Let me
even going
speak.
to the lengths of, changing a bylaw.
Let me speak. So we need to change
Finish,
that.
okay,
We
finish
need-
what you're saying, and then we'll finish with the
Yeah,
last
we need to
two.
change that policy. As far as the agenda going out 2 hours last week, we have staff, they work very hard, they're very professional. That was probably an error in judgment. Maybe the person forgot or made a mistake. They're only human. So I don't think it's fair to put that out on the staff. One thing I'd like to see is, like the Laurentian Valley do, is the agenda's online. Something we could do. We can look at that also. But I'll support the motion. I'm willing to discuss. Staff are very busy. You're not going to get an answer overnight. We have a limited budget. We're not a Crown Corporation. We don't have all this money, you know. So anyhow, that's all I'm going to say.
Did the other remaining two councillors that haven't spoken yet, do you wish to speak to this motion? No? Okay. Does anyone wish to speak a second time?
I'd just like to clarify.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Oh, yes. You know, I think the thing is that I think people are taking this personally, and what it is about how we do our business. It's about the rules that we follow, you know, in this council meeting. So the procedural bylaw, we all know it's full of gaps. It was so evident, you know, 2 weeks ago in regards to all the different plays that were being made by both parties, right? And, you know, if we set these time limits, then we stick to the time limits, and there's consequences. So where in the bylaw does it say that the motion has to be submitted a week prior? It doesn't say that, right? Again, clarity, so that we don't have these types of issues, right? 2 weeks ago, I go ahead and initiate the motion ahead of time. It gets circulated to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. For what purpose? To shoot it down, right? You know, this was just a test. I knew this was going to come up tonight. It's kind of interesting that it did come up, because I knew this was going to be one of the things that were brought back tonight. Well, how come Mr. Purcell's motion just came in today on purpose? And I even asked who actually requested the copy of the email, because I have a disclaimer on the bottom of my emails that should not be distributed. So, again, it's about the processes, looking at the timelines, making it more transparent, not only for us, in terms of what the rules are, and making sure that we're working within those rules, but also the visitors to council that come here and want to be informed based on the issues that are at hand. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jacquin, a last word, and then we'll call the
Thank
question
you.
on this one.
Your Worship, we do reviews. The procedural bylaws are looked at every so many years. Development charges are reviewed every 5 years under mandate of the government. You're supposed to look at those things, see if they're proper for your community. And Councillor Keel was referring to the Rule 76 being suspended for that order. And everybody said, well, what the heck is Rule 76? And what they did was they suspended it for a particular purpose of moving business forward quicker, because people were all complaining, nothing happens around there. You got this, you know, you got to read the bylaw 3 times, you got to bring it back again, staff's got to look at it. So, and you know, with some sageness, I guess they removed Rule 76 for that order. Nobody knew what it was, but everybody got up and said it. But I'm telling you what it was to move business, you know, slow it down a bit. As you're saying, well, maybe we should be reviewing things a little bit more. Maybe we should be a little more transparent. Maybe we shouldn't be pushing it down everybody's throat. And I don't think we're doing that. I think, you know, the subcommittees and the advisory committees are there for second due diligent thought. People are going to say, you know what? I'll think about that. The members of the committee, you know, you sit on the advisory for planning, and I mean, we discuss things, we look at things, and then we bring that back to council. And that gives us second due diligence and some time to pause. Well, maybe it wasn't right. Maybe the advisory committee's opinion, you know, it's an advisory committee to advise. Doesn't mean it's particularly always right. And then it comes back to council. And that's council's role, is to make the final decision. So by saying, you know, maybe we shouldn't have these committees, maybe we should have this and that, I don't think that would work. I think that you've got to have more people involved around the process. We have a number of people on that advisory committee, very knowledgeable. You know, we have people in real estate. We have yourself as a legal, you know, a legal person, a lawyer. Invaluable, you know. And I mean, I know you don't charge us for that legal opinion, do you, when you give it to us? No, you don't, right? You don't, right? I'm joking. So anyway, we all have something to contribute, and it comes back here. But to say we're not transparent and you're not welcome, I have real difficulty with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to call the question. I'm not going to try and, I'm not at this hour going to reread the, the lengthy motion. But it's very well written. I think we all understand what the motion is, so I'll call the question. Those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Mayor's report. On April 21st, I had the pleasure of welcoming Fitzy's 86 Sports Bar to Pembroke community. Food smelled great at their grand opening, and I encourage everyone to check it out. It's located on Peter Street in the former Algonquin College. On the following day, I had the pleasure of attending the tree planting put on by the Horticulture Society at the Arboretum together with the Deputy Mayor. The Hort Society is a strategic partner and a great one at that. It was a great way to mark Earth Day. On that same day, later on in the afternoon, I had the pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of Council to Earth Day celebration and parade. I was pleased to be joined by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Keel. It was an opportunity to express mutual concern about the environment and that the city acknowledges those concerns by forming the Beautification and Climate Action Advisory Group. There were certain concerns raised, and I have confirmed that I believe it's later this month we will be ticking off the box for the first phase of the Protection 5 milestone program, and then work our way through the second one. On that same date, I had the pleasure to bring greetings to the Kiwanis Club of Pembroke celebrating its 101st anniversary. I was pleased to be joined by the Deputy Mayor and many, many friends. It was truly...
Sorry, it's past 10 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I just checked our lovely procedural bylaw that we talked about, and I saw 10:30. So... Is it 10 o'clock? 10 or 10:30?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So it's under 7.2.6. And it's after 10 o'clock, and so I was allowing you to finish your, because it's not.
Well, we can do her now if Councillor Friend.
And then it's 8.3 is in regards to the adjournment at 10:30.
Okay, so it might be yet another inconsistency because the appendix talks about 10:30. So I have a motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Keel to extend. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, April 22nd, bringing greetings to Kiwanis Club of Pembroke with a whopping 101st anniversary. Truly great evening, special guests, many other clubs, including, there was many others from the club, including the Caribbean, because Kiwanis is actually hooked to the Caribbean, believe it or not. We have a special history guest, which was Philip Lehman, who walked us down memory lane for the past 101 years, and certainly bravo to Kiwanis with the mission of Children Are Priority 1. On April 28th, 29th, and 30th, as was alluded to earlier this evening, many members of council and staff attended the Petawawa Trade Show. Excellent opportunity to showcase all that Pembroke has to offer, and I was very pleased with the turnout and the representation by our council and staff. On April 30th, I had the pleasure to bring greetings and to congratulate the First Baptist Church, who celebrated their 150th anniversary. Truly amazing to attend such a function and see the committed parishioners who filled the church to capacity. In fact, they had to have chairs in the lobby. On May 1st, I had the pleasure to receive the flag of the community living Ottawa Valley, as now proudly displayed on our City Hall. This organization strives to raise awareness and educate people in the Ottawa Valley regarding individuals with intellectual disabilities benefiting from full citizenship in their community. Today, I had the pleasure of attending at the Pembroke location of Food Basics. Due to the generosity of the patrons and the store itself, they raised over $10,000 that will be going to the food bank, together with a number of gift cards, Metro gift cards, to be utilized because they have better purchasing power, is my understanding. I'm not going to belabor. The fire chief has already spoken this evening in respect to the Ottawa River, the muskrat, the Indian, and so forth. I would just ask that people respect the fact that the Kiwanis Walkway has been, at least in part, closed. And as always, I would ask that everyone stay safe and to be kind to one another. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Frenier.
Thank you. I think there's no better time to bring forward this notice of motion. Someone said tonight, we can do better, and we can do better. Debate is healthy amongst councillors. However, I do feel that some of the debates that have been taking place have been somewhat toxic. It is giving the perception to the public that we are not a cohesive council. And I don't think that's anything anyone wants to give the public. So I am bringing forward, next council meeting, I will be bringing forth a resolution to support Bill 5. Bill 5 is the Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act. I will be asking council to be among the other 22 Ontario municipalities who have already supported the resolution. And I invite you all to look up Bill 5. All it's doing is, I think, it reminds us that although we are municipal leaders, it doesn't mean we know everything. It doesn't mean we have the power to humiliate staff or other fellow members of council. You know, we need to work together. We need to have healthy debates and respectfully disagree without calling each other out and et cetera, et cetera. And it's not just this municipality that sometimes gets carried away. It is a global thing, and that is why I'm asking you to support this resolution, just to remind us that as leaders, we need to show that we are working together to move this municipality forward. So I invite you to investigate Bill 5, and I know that I will have everybody's support in 2 weeks when we support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other notices of motion? Seeing none, councillor updates. Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend at Your TV's open house. An amazing asset that we have right here in the city of Pembroke. I know they're always looking for volunteers. They're looking for local content. So if anyone has any ideas for some local shows or whatnot, I know our own Elijah McEwen does a sports event. I think it was mentioned that Councillor Lafreniere in the past, I think, has done yoga. So obviously local content is important for our local media stations, and my understanding is when it comes time for them to submit for reapproval, one of the things they do need to show is that they are promoting local content. So I would encourage anyone who's interested to reach out to Your TV, and if you're interested in whether it's broadcasting or camera operations, they're always looking for volunteers. I also had the opportunity to attend the first Waterfront Advisory Committee. Councillor Abdallah was there, along with Fred Blackstein and members of the Horticultural Society, the college. Certainly, I think residents are going to be very happy with what's going to be going on down there, particularly in terms of the veterans-related fountain and whatnot. And so we saw some I guess some pictures and whatnot, and I think that's going to be yet another great addition to our waterfront. I did attend the Ron James Comedy Night at Festival Hall, and I encourage everyone to continue to support and promote our local Festival Hall venue. I had the opportunity of touring KI, which several members of my family, including my father, who's been there since the Storwall days, my brother summered there, I had an aunt and uncle that worked there. This is probably one of our largest private employers. And they do some great work, and essentially this is one way that Pembroke reaches an international audience. So that was very interesting to go see how things get done there. Administrative Professionals Day, I had the opportunity to attend at all of the City of Pembroke sites, delivered them some snacks, thanked them for their service. Our city employees do great work. Councillor Giacono was talking earlier, saying sometimes mistakes happen and whatnot. That's sort of beside the point. We have excellent staff here at the City of Pembroke who work hard day and night, and I don't think they always get the appreciation that they deserve, especially those cold mornings when they're out plowing the roads before most of us are even awake. But in all of our offices and throughout, they do work very hard and they deserve everyone's appreciation. I also had the opportunity, when did I go here? Last Thursday, the asset management session. I attended with our treasurer. Certainly that was a very, very interesting session. There were many people there from across the county. Certainly I took away a lot of thoughts when it comes to our asset management, the goals that we should have, and certainly protecting taxpayers from future, dare I say, inconsistencies, lapses, or misjudgments. It was presented by a former mayor from British Columbia, who certainly had an interesting way of turning your mind to look at the future. And just as one example that she brought up that really struck me, and for any residents that actually watch these councillor updates, she mentioned how in her own community, at one point they were getting a lot of grants, and that meant building a lot of things. But you know what? The grant money that helped you build it ends. So all of a sudden they were asset rich and becoming maintenance poor. So whenever residents are asking for things and saying, well, this should be built and this should be built and this should be built, know that when the council and the staff caution you, sometimes it's because the initial cost might not be the worst part, but there's always upkeep and staff costs, and so I was very happy to attend that asset management session. And the festival hall updates for May. Legends tribute to Motown, Elvis, Connie Francis, and Roy Orbison is coming up on May 11th. Just Heart and the Dixie Chicks tribute is coming up May 13th. Start in Motion annual showcase Friday, May 26th. And I'll jump quickly into June. There's a dance studio presents Road Trip June 3rd prior to that council meeting. So I hope everybody goes out and supports our local festival hall. Thank you.
Other, Councillor Jacquinot?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a short report on the mural committee. If you've noticed at the museum, the murals are gone. They're under repair. They're being stored indoors where the artists can work on them a little more efficiently. And the artist is Carol Marwa. She did the original artwork. If anybody out there is artistic, they know how to use a little scrape brush or to peel off some paint, you may want to give our dedicated Pamela Dempsey a phone call. Pam is just an endless worker. She never stops, from moving cans of paint to tables and chairs. I did have the opportunity to give her a bit of a hand during the week, but she just never stops going. She's like the Energizer Bunny. We're very lucky to have her. And of course, you know, her salary is quite extensive. It's zero. She doesn't get any money. And she loves the job, and I think she needs some support. So if anybody's got some artistic ability and you want to call her and maybe, you know, she can put you to work for an afternoon or a morning or an hour, please follow up on that. So you will see those murals hopefully back on the wall in 2 to 3 months. That is the goal. And they were damaged, of course, from, I guess it was ice and weather at the museum. Hopefully this won't happen again, but they're going to be restored, so look for that in a very short period of time. Thank you.
Other councillor updates? Councillor Vernier?
Just quickly, I want to remind everyone about the Community Expo, and anyone watching on streaming tonight, the bike rodeo will be taking place during Community Expo, and that's the Pembroke Police Services Auxiliary Officers, the OPP, will be there, and they'll be putting the children through a course teaching them road safety. The Renfrew County Health Unit will also be there doing helmet safety, and there will be some prizes. So I invite anyone to come out with their children from noon till 3 on that afternoon. And again, thanks to Councillor Purcell for helping me get Health Unit on board and CNL as a sponsor. The other item, again, Civic Awards. The nominations are in. I want to thank high schools and anyone who nominated a citizen in our community. The winners will be announced after Monday, June 5th. That's when the event actually is. And I just want to mention to members of council, we all chipped in for one of the awards the last time, and they were $300. So I might be trying to hit you all up in the near future to sponsor one of the civic awards. And I can't remember the category, but I take e-transfers. I don't have a debit machine, but I will be hitting you up. And thank you very much. That's it for me. Thank you.
Any other councillor updates? No? Okay.
I have one.
Oh, okay.
I have a
Deputy
few
Mayor.
things. I wasn't at the last meeting. I was in Toronto on city business. I have a few items here. April 8th, I attended the Children and Family Services Waka Ahai Lodge drum opening in Potlatch on Isabella Street. I want to thank Carrie Fortin and Trevor Pierce and everyone who participated in this very solemn and important event. Sad to hear of the passing of an icon in the Valley. Tom Stevenson passed away March 26. Tom and I go back a long way to when I was a kid at our cottage on Aliment Island, right across from the golf course. He was the son-in-law of Mary Carroll, and we looked up to Tom. He was an educator at Algonquin College, very instrumental in volunteering at Shaw Woods. He made these little wooden puppets. He went into all the schools, my wife's school at Our Lady of Lourdes, and he went into her classroom and amazed all the children. He helped out with maple syrup production. Councillor Giacono remembers the 180th anniversary of the city of Pembroke. He was instrumental in leading the building of that timber crib that they floated down the Bonnechere and the Ottawa. So we want to send our condolences to Tom and to Tom's children and his family. Saturday, May 13th, same weekend as the Expo. On behalf of Councillor Jagan and I, the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Committee are hosting the annual cleanup day. We meet at the farmers market at 8 o'clock. Gloves and garbage bags are provided, and coffee and donuts will be provided also. Had the pleasure of attending Earth Day with Councillor Keel and the Mayor, and going in the actual parade in the downtown core. So we want to congratulate everyone that organized that. That evening I attended the Kiwanis Gala, and being a 25 member of the Kinsman Club that folded, it was nearly 70 years old, I was overseas, it folded. We know how hard it is to get volunteers. And I want to commend the Mayor for being a former president of the Kiwanis Club, and I want to commend everyone in the Kiwanis Club. 100 years in the city of Pembroke, all the things they have done. So a big shout out to the Pembroke Kiwanis Club. Without the service clubs, we would not have what we have. The library is having a daffodil fundraiser, $10 a bunch, and they're selling T-shirts. The Friends of the Pembroke Public Library, you can leave your name at the library or contact Denise Corvo. On behalf of the Mayor and I, Community Gardens, we've been very fortunate in volunteers coming forward. We're still looking for volunteers for the community garden. And our rainbarrel.ca sale is in full swing. We've sold 44 rain barrels. We need 100 rain barrels to get prepaid. You just go to rainbarrel.ca. We get $10 a barrel. And last year we sold 120 barrels. So the cutoff date is the 22nd. So all the info is at rainbarrel.ca. $60 is the average cost. And we get $10, like I said. What else? Council of Friendly Mexican Community Expo next weekend. And we want to congratulate the Monocultural Festival, Carthy Regimani and the library for their award for the event of the year from the OVTA. I just want to talk about, I was away 2 weeks ago in Toronto on business. We did a delegation to the Infrastructure Ontario with Mr. Lewis and Ms. McLaughlin. And I was away on city business. And I was denied the opportunity to zoom in. And I'm not going to belabor about what happened. And staff didn't have an issue with it. The procedural bylaw needs to be changed. I contacted you know, on the Friday before I contacted, because, you know, we didn't have the second delegation, so my plan was always to Zoom in and participate and speak. And no travel plans were changed or anything. There was a comment about that, you know. There was a comment about quashing a vote. I actually wanted to speak to that because I had a compromise similar to the one when Councillor Plummer phoned me when I was in Toronto, but I didn't get the opportunity. I didn't get the opportunity to speak about affordable housing. I'm on the steering committee of the Affordable Housing Alliance of Ottawa Valley. I started a local housing committee that Councillor Friendly sits on, and thanks to her, the support letter got clarified. There was miscommunication with the leader, and I was messaging you. You were in Mexico, and thanks to you, you clarified the information. So staff had no problem with me Zooming in. I was on city business, and no one has ever filled out the 5-day paperwork. The connection link was already established, so staff had no problem with that. But, you know, I just felt really disappointed because, like Councillor Giacomo said, imagine sitting in the hotel room, suit and tie on, ready to participate, and you're still denied the opportunity. There's opposition. Staff didn't have an issue. If there's no opposition, no problem. Imagine, you're in city business, you're energetic, you want to get involved, and you're denied the chance to speak because of a technicality. Honest error on my part, no one has ever filled out the paperwork, you know. Even when I agreed to a compromise for the procurement policy for the legal services in 5 years, I was still denied. There was still opposition. So, you know, I think we can do better. We need to focus on changing those rules. We need to work together and focus on the new aquatic complex, the possible transit system, infrastructure, affordable housing, and work together, you know. We all have a responsibility. But I think I should have been allowed, but I made an honest error. And I was in Toronto and city business, waiting to Zoom in, didn't get the opportunity. So that's all I'll say. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps before we go, we entertain the motion from Councillor Lafreniere to go into a closed session. We can extend for another half hour. One would hope that we'll get the council meeting in caucus concluded before 11. 11?
Motion for council to move into a caucus meeting tonight, May 2nd, 2023, moved by myself, second by Councillor Troy Purcell, it's hard to read, sorry, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, Section 239(2)(b) of the Municipal Act.
We have a motion by Councillor Lafreniere and second by Councillor Purcell to move into a closed session. Call the question. Those in favor?
Comments on the motion? So we just all had a great powwow about transparency. Here we go again. It was brought up quite some time ago when the Integrity Commissioner and our closed meeting person was here that it's not acceptable to just state the section of the law that we're going into, which is exactly what we did again tonight. Earlier today, we had a closed session meeting at the fire hall with Laurentian Valley. Did we pass a motion to go into closed session? No, we didn't. Earlier tonight, the lawyer that was here had to remind us to pass a resolution to go into closed session because we didn't. And now, once again, we are required by the Ontario Court of Appeals case to give as much information to the public as we can. We're not telling them anything with what is written there. I'm mildly concerned about what I can say, but I certainly could provide language that doesn't name an individual and doesn't name a number, but that we could tell the public what we are discussing. It is not enough, and we were told this in this room by our closed meeting person, it is not enough to simply state the section of the Act. And I will leave it to the chair as to how he wants to handle it. But once again, this is not transparency. There are things that we could say about what we're about to discuss that would not name a person, that would not give financial information, but we're not even doing that, once again.
Would you like me to try to reword it?
Well,
It's pretty accurate, but if they need more details.
the other option is either A, taking a recess to allow staff to assist with the motion. The other one is we simply, I don't know in terms of these two items how pressing it is for staff members, is we simply don't go into closed session this evening and we skip that and it comes back at a future council date. What does council wish to do? Councillor Plummer and then.
In the neighborhood of time, I would pose it to the CEO, if there's time to reword, yes, but we are approaching our cutoff time to have only a half hour more of even debate this evening. So I would pose a question to the CEO, is there time to reword the motion, or should we just suspend until the future date?
Well, we could go into recess and have a rewording done probably in a couple minutes, but
I move that we recess to the call of the chair.
Okay, so can we first have a motion to extend, I guess, for another half hour? The Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for that motion to extend by Councillor Plummer? Those in favor? Okay, and we are moving a motion to recess for 5 minutes. Staff? Seconded by Councillor Plummer. Is that sufficient, though, with staff, is 5 minutes? I'm assuming. Yes, okay, those in favor of recessing? Okay, thank you for that indulgence. Councillor Lafreniere, if I understand you have a motion to move into closed session.
Yes, I do. Motion for council to move into caucus tonight, May 2nd, 2023, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, to discuss a reclassification and salary increase of a city employee, Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act.
Okay, call the question. Those in favor? Thank you, and we will move into a closed session now.